I don't like you.
Oh, she's not joking. Not joking.
I don't like you.
I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-bearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm really maybe faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. It's MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only, you ain't got no membership, they free. General Flynn.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the XJW Political Corner. I am excited about this speech. If you've been watching for a while, or if you already know Jimmy Bell, you would know that today's the day, March 4th. He claims, or maybe I should say it was in the past, that today was supposed to be the actual inauguration day. And so, now we do in January, but in the past it was in March. Now, I haven't done my own research and I haven't gone down those rabbit holes yet, but I do know that Jimmy has, and he believes that today is the actual day. And so he said he is going to be taking notes about this speech. So he won't watch it with me live here. But depending on how long the speech takes, if I can stream longer than the speech, he might hop on and let us know if he's heard anything special in the speech. So we're going to be listening very intently. And I've also seen on X some people saying that this speech is going to, I think it was Trump himself that he put it on Truth Social, I think it was, or maybe on X that I see it, that Trump was saying that tonight he was going to be saying something really, really important or something really big. I forgot how exactly he worded it, but supposedly tonight's the night. This is the speech of all speeches. I am excited to see what we're going to hear tonight. So I was thinking we're going to do a watch party. And if we have enough time, we'll have an after show. So I do have another tab here waiting for us. As soon as Trump makes it, we will be going and watching this live, and I will mute myself.
Gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Okay, it looks like they're getting ready as well. So I'm going to say hello to everybody in the comments. Let me know if you're here watching with me. And I know that even though Jimmy is not with us, he might be with us really soon. So if you are watching from Jimmy's channel, don't worry. Hopefully we can have an after show, or he might hop on this one if the speech is not too long. So welcome, 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 everybody. I also put a link in the description if anybody wants to hop on stage with me, watch it with me, or, whatever you want to do. This is a hangout session. We are going to be here just for the speech, and then we're going to dive deep afterwards. So we are awaiting President Trump's arrival at the U.S. Capitol. Okay, that's the headline right now. All right, guys, I'm in the comment section. Let me know if you are here. King of Dots, hello. He says, I'm attempting to stay awake for the sake of the country. I mean, don't you want to? I mean, by now, this politics has become interestingly enough that I want to be here for every waking moment in this new Trump era. And I got to be honest, there has been some L's that I haven't been able to really dive deep in on my show tonight because there's been so many other topics and, like this, like the watch party. So, I will have my time soon to explain a few of my disappointments with this administration so far. Hi, John Marciano. J-Man United, welcome. Okay, guys, there's the link. If you guys need it, it is in the chat. Joe and Fran, hey, guys. Hi, Michelle. Eric. Yes, I don't like you never gets old. I know, man. I love it. I love it. Yep. I love it too. Okay, who else? Ricky. Soy boys get so old. They all act like they're allergic to healthy masculinity. By now it's a choice. And that's just my opinion. By now it's a choice. Rosie, Jenny S, good evening. Yes, Q is feeding that storyline. Okay, well, that's why I said, I haven't done my own research, but allegedly or supposedly March 4th used to be the actual inauguration day. And, everything that we do in January, they do it now. So I don't know if it's supposed to be figuratively today or that Trump might say something. I don't know, but we're here for it. I mean, I don't care. Regardless, I don't care. If Trump is giving a speech that is this important, we're going to be here to watch it together. And hopefully Jimmy will interpret some things later if he decides to join us. Let's get ready to rumble. Yep. Michelle says, I'm so happy to hear that when you say you see some things you don't like. Yeah, I mean, and the after show, I'm going to get into another piece of tea, some drama from that video that you showed me on Discord, Michelle, because people think that I am just a MAGA, die-hard Trump supporter when I don't know how many times I have to tell you guys, I am nowhere near the MAGA camp, okay? I supported Trump just to get into office, but ever since he got into office, I am watching his every move and every move of his cabinet. And just because I like him doesn't mean I like the rest of who he's hired or surrounds himself with or whatever the case may be. And I'm going to say that. I mean, we spoke about this when Jimmy was on the stream a long time ago. We said we were going to hold this administration accountable. So that is the point. Okay, guys, everybody's getting ready. Everybody's getting up to their seats, just like us, guys. Come on. You guys have a few more minutes to enter into the chat. Say your greeting so I can give you a shout out. And we are going to get ready. Hi, Ladybud. Welcome. Okay, half of the gang is here. We're missing a few well-known names, but I hope you guys make it before Trump gets here. That's why I wanted to get on live, a few minutes before the speech starts so that we can get our intros. I can say hello to everybody and we can just chat for a second. But I have another monitor here that I am watching very closely. So as soon as Trump hits that mic, we are going to go on mute. So here is your chance to say hello in the chat. Okay, I'll put this here just so that everybody can watch with me. And there's been a couple of other things going around on X and just like in the political world that was insane to me. Like, did any of you guys see that visit from Zelensky and how JD Vance and Trump were like that whole exchange? We got to talk about that. Like, we need an after show to talk about that because I can't get over it. I have so many opinions about that exchange. What else? I think I had some other things on X that I bookmarked that I wanted to talk about tonight. So I'm gonna look those up in a few seconds. Hold on, give me 1 minute. Oh yeah, we gotta talk about Vivek. He is running for governor of, what is it, Ohio? I believe so. Yeah, we gotta talk about that. I don't know how I feel about that. It's gonna be a whole thing. We gotta talk about it. Oh, then we gotta talk about this chat, this group chat that leaked a couple of days ago that Tulsi Gabbard made a statement about on the news. So we got to talk about that. Oh, let me see who else is here in the chat section. John Marciano says Jimmy will join. So he will join after the speech if there is enough time. So I'm hoping that Trump doesn't take too long so that we're not here all night. Because I usually stream till like midnight. So if Trump starts at 9 and hopefully finishes by 10:30, we can have an after show from like 11 to 12, hopefully. But if that's the case, he will join after the speech because Jimmy is going to be listening very intently and taking notes on any Easter eggs in this speech. I don't know. Like, this is why I love Jimmy, is because he's the only one that has the ear for it, and then he will bring up something that will trigger a thought in me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's the guy who can put all the puzzle pieces together. So I hope he will join. Hi, Joseph. Hello from Texas. Get your popcorn ready. The show is about to begin. Yeah, it really is. Let's get ready. Hey, illegal immigrant. W's in the chat. Hey, W. Yeah, guys, let me know if you're in the chat. It's 9 o'clock right now, Eastern time. So any minute now, Trump will be making his entrance. Yeah. Okay, everybody's standing there waiting, and we are here sitting waiting as well. Let me know if you're watching in the chat. If anybody wanted to join later on, the link should be pinned on my account, and on Jimmy's chat, it should just be in the chat. I can't pin it because I don't have access to his channel, but it should be there. Hey. Sound like a convention or like an assembly when you would just people watch, just waiting for people to take their seats and hearing all the voices. And I love to people watch. It's like you see them in their real skin for once, when they know that there's probably not a phone or a camera in their face, or they don't have to perform. You know what I mean? Oops, I paused it. I'll mute it for now. Let's see. San Diego. No, you came just in time because we're still waiting for Trump. Don't worry. That's why I wanted to go a few minutes early so that people can come have some time to hop on. Oh, Lord. Look at Nancy. Mm-hmm. Are you guys ready to see the Boomer Fest that we're about to see? I don't know. I mean, it still bothers me that we have old people in government. I'm sorry. We need term limits. Like, when are we going to get the things that we ask for? Oh, that's another thing we got to talk about. We got to talk about the Epstein file. Did you guys see that? The binders, the explanations, the conspiracies, the theories, everything. Oh, I think I see Melania here. The most beautiful first lady we've had since a really long time. Oh, gray is my favorite color. I love it. Uh-huh. Okay, let me see. Yep. Hey, JG. Yeah, creepy. Mm-hmm. How they never get older. I mean, they're old, but they be looking young sometimes with their face all. I guess they get the Botox or whatever. Yep. Ladybud, what I don't understand is why people are crying over Zelensky getting kicked out of the White House. Exactly. We got to talk about it, Ladybud. We got to talk about it. So I really do hope we have time for an after show because I had so much to get off of my chest. It's like I had to do a political rant to get all this crap off my chest, what we just saw. Yeah, for real, Boomer Fest. I hate it. I don't know what it is. I hate seeing old people in government. I'm sorry. I have nothing against old people. Just go home. Be a grandma and a grandpa. Let the young people take over. Please. San Diego says, our program will be beginning in 10 minutes. We invite you to find your seats and enjoy the musical program that has been provided. Exactly. That's what it sounds like to me. Especially all the suits. And you could only imagine what a JW convention would look like now that women could wear the pantsuit. Forget about it. You won't be able to tell the difference between a convention, JW assembly or convention versus a government meeting like this. Hey, Jay. It sounds like Donkey Kong. Okay, I think the gang is here now. Everybody's here. Yeah, exactly, Michelle. That's the point. I haven't seen anything that matters. That's the exact point. We need to vent about that. Boomers are the ones keeping the vibration low on this planet. Hi, Steen. He says, "Is this a special announcement or just normal custom to have speech?" Gigi says, "Age is not a problem. The problem is limits." I mean, we could argue on that one because I don't know, man. Michelle says, Zelensky thing is all a show. Yep. Trump said it. It's made for tell a lie. Television. Tell a lie vision. Lady Bud says, it's a Congress speech. He told everyone that they needed to be there. Yeah. And he made that post too that made it really like, ooh, I think we're gonna hear something good. I don't know, man. I wish we would have a like a summoning like this for a meeting, and we got the Epstein stuff. We got Zelensky and Ukraine already done away with. And let's insert Operation Spotlight. Can you imagine if we got at least one of these people in this room to read about Operation Spotlight? That would be amazing, right? San Diego always speaks just like we remember. I know, right? Kind of creepy. Yay, Jimmy's in the chat. He says, hey guys, I will call in after the speech. I will be taking notes. Yes. So stay tuned for Jimmy Bell after Donald J. Trump. Stay tuned, guys. Sounds like some more change is coming. I don't know, man. Oh, and I got to vent about this guy, RFK Jr. Complete letdown, complete disappointment, in my opinion. I don't know what's going on, but man, oh man, I am disappointed. Vexed Cortex is here. Hi, Johnny. Jimmy says this is the earliest a president of the United States has done a speech like this. Okay. So this was like he planned this, right? Like is this off? I don't know, like off script, on script? I mean, I don't know how to explain it. Like did Trump do this by himself, like on his own? Like, all right, everybody, we need to he's reeling everybody in for something? I don't know. You know, I'm still new to politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still have to get used to this myself. So when something brand new happens, I'm like, wait. Is this supposed to happen or is it not supposed to happen? And that's like 50% of my anxiety, is trying to understand what's actually normal and what's not normal in this political landscape, because that's how crazy it's been for the last 10 years. Eric says, Gigi would just say, here is why you're wrong. Yep. But I love him for it. He is that character in my story. You know, like, he's the guy. San Diego says, still trying to deprogram the dramas, but they're fun just to reenact. Yep. Gigi says, when the young people were in charge, the nation of Israel was divided and the 10 northern tribes disappeared from humanity. Be careful what you wish for. Very interesting, Gigi. Yes. Hello. Jimmy says, some people are put into the spotlight for a reason. I know you say that all the time, Jimmy, but man, I was really, really, really excited for RFK Jr. and the whole Make America Healthy Again. And what he just did recently had nothing to do with healthcare. Something about anti-Semitism once again, which is, you know what? That's for another stream. We're going to get to it. Hi, Rebecca A. Why disappointed? In the after show, I am going to get into a few disappointments with this administration. I have about 4, I think. And I did touch on them last time we streamed. So we'll get to it. Jimmy says, the significance to today's date, March 4th, was the original inauguration date. Yeah, I tried to explain that to the best of my ability earlier. So, I mean, that's what Jimmy says. I don't know that for, 100% certainty because I haven't gone through history books yet. I didn't do that type of research, but apparently March 4th was the inauguration date that the president would have. And then when we talk about the whole 1871, I think we watched that documentary before of how America became a corporation instead of like, a country, a republic, etc. So you're going to have to go back to those other streams for that documentary because I do have it on X, but that's basically to the best of my understanding at this point that's when things started to change. So we want to reverse those changes. So today would have been the day of the inauguration. All right, San Diego. He says he's going to be right back. Rebecca says, thumbs up. What is up with the pink? The pink? Who got pink? I think I missed it. Steen says they probably found so much corruption he will be announcing new executive orders, bring back the untouchables. Johnny says no coincidences. Eric says the Jews do just fine in this. We gotta talk about it. I'm sorry. I am disappointed. We gotta talk about it. Jimmy says the last president to be inaugurated on March 4th was FDR, the 33rd president. Okay, makes sense. Well, you see, that makes me question why did they change it? And also about the terms, right? Because I think he was going to run for a 3rd term or something like that. Or I think it was after him that they made those changes as well, so that nobody could run for a third time. Michelle says, Ruby, preach. Yes, RFK Jr. is also fake. He's controlled opposition, stabbing so many of us in the back. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that until now. And I am humble enough to admit it, that I actually thought, Make America Healthy Again. And then I thought it was going to be really great for this administration. But I don't know what the heck happened. But now I see with that most recent collaboration that he did with a rabbi, and you guys know who he is. I don't know what his name is, but his nickname is Dildo Rabbi because of his company, whatever. Them two standing side by side talking about his pro-Israel stance. I don't know, guys. I don't know how to explain it. It just rubs me the wrong way. I don't like it. So I don't know. RFK Jr., in my opinion, is compromised or something. I don't know. I had like a whole clips and videos that I was going to show you and everything. And then I forgot that tonight was the watch party. So it's like, I'm watching this with a heavy heart. I'm watching it with a heavy heart because I am a little disappointed. Jimmy says it's a fact. Okay, Jimmy, I'm going to take your word for it. And that's how much I trust Jimmy. I will take his word for it. And I'm going to be like Gigi and say, I don't need to do research. As long as Jimmy says it, it's fine. Okay, here we go, guys. Our man is here. Yes, King Tony's in the chat, man. King Tony's overcoming a sinus infection. I hope she's feeling better. I saw your message, Tony, and I was like, damn, I really wanted you to come do this watch party with me. So just watch just watch as you're watching. And if you feel better or if you want to come on later for the after show, don't hesitate to hop on stream. Thrifty! Hey, Thrifty! Hey, Coltsy! Ah, okay. Thank you, Joseph. Yo, King Tony.
Hey, how you
You
doing?
came just in time, bro. Our man is here.
Listen, I'm over here dying. I said I could just like listen in and comment here and there, but
Ah, man. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
today I'm definitely feeling a lot better. Last 2 days I felt like I was dying.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I slept all day today.
Damn.
Yeah.
All
Thank you.
right. So Jimmy's gonna watch this on his own because he has homework to do. He gotta take notes.
He gotta
We're gonna
focus.
watch this as two little new guppies into politics.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Today's
a guppy.
March 4th. Yeah.
Capital G, little G.
Me and you in the same fishbowl. We're just swimming in circles.
Don't make me
Trying
laugh.
to-
I can't breathe.
Well, I mean,
my
it's
God.
true. I mean,
It's so true.
yeah, we are just listening and learning. Okay. And then we
Yeah.
have Jimmy, like the teacher, coming in and he's gonna explain everything afterward.
Yeah. So I didn't even know this was gonna happen, honestly, until I saw your notification thing.
Oh yeah. Well, remember, Jimmy has been telling us March 4th, keep your eyes and ears open.
I've
Something's
been
gonna happen on March
waiting.
4th. I know. So this is the day we've been waiting, and he's gonna take some notes. And he wants us to look up everything that he says. He doesn't want us to take his word for it. So we'll do the research, but tonight is just a listening party. We are
Why
watching,
did
we are
Donald Trump
listening.
look like that?
Like what?
I don't know. That's not Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump.
That don't look like Donald Trump. The hell?
That look like Donald Trump.
No, it don't. His hair's
like
white.
Donald
His
Trump?
skin looks pale.
Nah, he got a whole lot of makeup on. I think his hair is a little whiter than gold.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it don't look like Donald. He looks old as hell.
Well, I mean, it has been 10 years since he's been in the game. You got to cut him a little bit of slack.
Cut him a little bit of slack. He's been keeping up until today. What the hell? I'm confused.
Nah, he has his days. He has his days. I've seen
Really?
him look like this before. Yeah, a little deflated, a little more makeup than usual. He barely sleeps.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel bad for him sometimes. Like sometimes my humanity cuts through, and I say, "Damn, I feel bad for him." Like he's doing all this.
Because I would not want to be in his place. He's the one taking all the fire, so to say.
Yeah.
He's
Jimmy
like-
says it could be the lighting.
Oh, okay, it could be. Yeah, because I'm like, who the hell is that?
Wait until he gets in front of the lights.
Let me find out it's his clone.
I mean, they all do. Oh, he look a little skinny.
That's what I'm saying. He looks like different. It's the clone. Thank you, Colty.
All right, let's get ready.
I mean, oh, he's gonna speak now?
Yeah. Melania. I love her. All right. Put your volume all the way up. Listen very closely. Hopefully we'll be able to hear something.
Do you know where he's at?
Huh?
Where is he?
Congress. The Capitol.
Okay. Okay.
Capitol building, I think. Yeah. He called for this meeting, so this is supposed to be really important.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Look at all those demons smiling ear to ear.
No, don't make me laugh, bro. Stop.
All right, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Wow. Like half the room didn't stand up.
Those are the Democrats.
Right.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Yes, sir. Write that down, Jimmy.
You're so dumb. Yo, this is like a freaking rally in Congress.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Look at that. I cannot see that man without wanting to hurl. Elon kills
me.
me.
Chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Look at his stance.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Oh, nah.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. How dare they? They're interrupting his speech. You see how childish these people are?
Yo, what is going on? I've never seen this, ever.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525.
Oh, get him!
On a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Right, exactly, Colty.
Okay, let's listen.
Likewise, Small business optimism
Yes,
saw
he
its single
does.
largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
That's a warning. Holy cannoli. What is going
Members are
on?
engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Whoa.
I want to see this. This is what I've been waiting for. This is what I voted for. Let's go.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order.
Thank you.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Out of here. Pa fuera. Get out of here. Don't let the door hit you on the back.
Oh my God.
This is the first time I see somebody get kicked out.
This is what I'm saying. This is huge. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm telling you, the climate is changing. People not fooling around no more, and I ain't either. I ain't joking, but I am joking. But you know what I mean? Like, how disrespectful.
Members are
Wow.
directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
She said Jerry
Over the
Springer
past
of
6
Congress.
weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Did Gigi just predict that he was gonna say that? Because he literally just said that.
Because Trump has said this thousands of times in his rallies.
Oh, okay,
In
okay,
fact,
okay.
It has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful
in the
history of our nation.
All right, Gigi, stop it.
By many.
Okay. Gigi says it was released before he started talking. That's hilarious.
What
I was
makes
about to say
it
it's because he's
Oh.
always said
impressive
it.
is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Oh.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
What are those signs that they have on?
Like they're protesting. They brought that themselves.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first day. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Trump has a combat knife? That's hilarious.
Weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Wow.
And our country will be woke no longer.
Oh, you saw that? One of their signs says "Save Medicaid." I'm with you on
We
that one.
believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Wow.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. It never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Is he talking about Nasara Gassara?
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Ah, no.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender.
Oh my God.
This is real.
Oh my
$32
God.
million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129.
Oh my God.
3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases. And I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again. And this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. They were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it. And it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them. Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, so we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Oh my God, would you please? I can't. Oh man.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Oh, he's so cute.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the lone gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Now, Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody. And we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Yeah, that's the real Trump. That's the real one.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent, by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
For 95 years old, she looks good.
She's 95, that woman?
Yeah, he just said 95 years old. She looks good.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, look at her.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
There we go. Thank you. Finally. Thank you. Oof. God bless you. God bless America. Now that was a great speech.
Bro, those Democrats got up so quick.
And they
Look,
were
they're
leaving little by
gone.
little by the
Look at
end.
them. They're gone. They are gone. They're running out of there.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. She said, be happy, a president who can actually speak. I agree with Elaine. I mean, like I said in the comments, Trump is a president that gives attention and recognition to each and every person, got an applause, got a thank you, got eye contact. He gives you the time of day. And that's
Mhm.
the only reason why I like Trump. I like him as a human. I don't think he's like a politician or anything, and I know that he is playing politics, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, he's the best guy for this job right now in this time frame, in this universe. He's just the guy. I cannot see Kamala doing that. I can't see her giving time and attention and recognition to anybody else except herself. I can't see that happening. And for the first time in our stream, we got a governing body member troll account that is actually talking with us. I mean, I see
Yeah.
them troll around, but this is the first time that the person behind the keyboard, behind the screen, is actually typing something other than being just a troll. So I'm
Yeah.
kind of happy to see the trolls are here.
Mhm.
We're missing our favorite troll, Mr. M. I haven't seen him here tonight, but
Yeah.
Marky Sandy will do. Okay, well, Trump forgot to thank us Americans for watching his speech, but thank
Yeah.
you for being here, guys, because
2 hours.
yeah, it started at 9 and barely finished at 10:59.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, my eyes were like right there.
Yeah, no, I'm out. Like I said in the comments, I was
Yo,
yawning,
it's like
but
you listen to what
I
he's
enjoyed
saying,
it.
it sounds so good, and I'm like zoning off into my own wonderland, thinking of like, imagine this actually came through, like the life we would live. Like that's what
Yeah,
happens to me in my brain. I got different scenarios going off in my head.
that's a good thing. It's like daydreaming, but
Right.
while you're watching something, which is okay. I do it all the
Exactly.
time. I zone in and out.
Yeah.
Like John Marciano says, imagine if Kamala had her State of the Union and she was cackling while giving it. Exactly. It's like I can't take that seriously. I
Yeah.
can't. It's
I
it's the same
mean,
reason why I couldn't vote for RFK Jr. I said, Bendito, by the way he talks, I will never be able to handle 4 years of a RFK Jr. president. He's got to step down. Please do us the favor and step down. How dare you run for president with that voice? Honestly.
oh my gosh. I'm weak. They were like, I knew it. Tony fell asleep. I'm chinky. I'm sorry, guys.
And a little sick, so you gotta cut Tony some
Y-
slack here.
Yes. I'm trying to make it through.
Yeah, Jay says it went so long, King Tony needed oxygen. Yo, that was hilarious when they were grilling you in the chat. But yeah,
Bro,
all my
I'm
cousins
King
have asthma.
Tony, and then, you know, my alternate is Bane.
Yeah. Bendito.
Oh, man.
Yes, and Trump is more entertaining. I mean, the first half, that drama that they were giving Trump was epic. I love it. It reminds me back in the days of when they actually used to beat each other up in Congress when they would disagree. There
Oh,
was
my
that one
God.
story that somebody got beat with a cane and broke his skull. Yo, when I was reading that in the library, because I was just bored, you know, trying to read history books and just like politics books. I remember that story being told. They actually used to beat each other up, and
Oh, my
somebody got
God.
seriously hurt. And they used to do duels back in the day. I mean, whatever happened to that? I would love to see a modern day duel. I mean, it's not illegal.
That's
So why
hilarious.
not? Right?
That would be really interesting.
Yeah, it would be. And there's a lot to talk about because I know everybody was saying that this speech, you know, listen for this or listen for that. You know, they were trying to, you know, bring up the hype.
Yeah.
But this was the speech of promises made, promises kept. He listed every single thing
That
he
he's done.
do and that he already did. Has it been 100 days already? I don't know. I don't think so,
Yeah.
right? It's only been like what, 2 months?
No, it has not.
That was
Really?
great.
Hey, Michelle.
Oh,
Michelle's on the
Michelle.
stage. Let us know how you feel, Michelle. What's up?
That was great. It was so funny.
Yeah.
You know, I had so much fun with you guys in the chat, and it was just fun, and it was so
Yeah.
entertaining. Even though I'm not buying everything, it was just entertaining, you know.
Yeah.
And my hubby was making me laugh too. So he
Yeah.
was here. He was here sitting
Nah.
with me watching it. So we were watching it together with you
No, when
guys.
he brought up the social security ages, that been getting
Yeah.
checks,
I'm
I
glad
was
he did
like,
that.
what the heck is going on? And they still haven't found out exactly where the money's going to, right?
No, but I think that's what he said. He's like, we're gonna find out
Yeah.
what exactly is happening. But he stated that it exists. You see what I'm saying? The problem
Yeah.
exists. Everybody wants to call it, like they were screaming, false, false. No, but they had the little signs. Well, what you mean false? If it's there, it's there. If it's on paper, like
Yeah.
literally. So what do you mean false?
Right. No, they were just upset that they were being called out.
Exactly.
But
It was
those
like a
signs are
little, it
fitting.
was like Trump gave him a pela.
Right.
The fact they even have those signs seems so like all a show to me. Like, wow.
Yeah, that was
You know what I'm
really
saying?
like
It's
an
like a little mini.
auction.
Yeah, or yeah.
Yeah, like an auction. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it's so funny to me. And then how the Democrats won't like clap or they won't get up. It's just so theatrical, you
It's
know?
childish.
There's Jimmy.
I would have loved to see that happen when a Democrat was elected.
Oh, I'm
They
sure. I
do.
mean, they do that. They both do it.
Yeah.
Both sides play
Oh,
their parts
really?
so well. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when
Oh,
Biden
wow.
was there, they stood quiet, but they also did a heckling with when Biden did his State of the Union, but it was warranted. Like he deserved it. I remember that much. Welcome to the stage, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
How are y'all doing this evening?
I'm all right.
Good. Okay, let's hear from Jimmy. I know you got something.
So first off, I know everybody's talking about how long he went on to talk, but apparently, and this is no shot at anybody, but apparently, it's a lot of folks haven't watched his rallies because
Oh, no, yeah, he talks a lot. He does.
he can go 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And like Ruby said in the beginning, it's nice that we have somebody who can actually coherently give out, do a sentence and speak for that long. Yeah. So, and the good thing is he can also do it without the teleprompter. So that's pretty freaking cool. We haven't seen that.
He doesn't have a teleprompter. You're right. Oh my God.
He had the teleprompter tonight. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, when the teleprompters aren't working, he can actually still
he can keep going. Yeah.
He can keep going. Actually, I think he's better without the teleprompter because you get the real. He gets off script and it's kind of cool. So,
yeah.
But I'll tell you this: my first thought is, if you're keeping up with the news, there wasn't a lot of new stuff in the speech tonight.
No.
Correct.
So, yeah, if you're keeping up with it, he listed a lot of the accomplishments, like, Ruby said, promises made, promises kept. He went through and talked about, the 100,000 illegals coming in a month under Biden. It's down now to the lowest ever recorded in the border crossings. We already knew that. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Freeze on all foreign aid and federal hirings. We know that. Withdrew from the Green New Scam, the WHO, the UN Human Rights Council. We knew that. So there was a lot of stuff in there. And this is just 43 days. If the Democrats are freaking out and the liberals are freaking out right now, they have a long 4 years. Okay. If they're freaking out after 43 days. So there wasn't a lot new there, and as far as something news breaking. I think the only thing that would be news breaking, but if you're on X or whatever, you would have known it today. The letter that they got from Zelensky. There's a lot of people that haven't heard that yet. And I think for your average American, what they saw tonight was probably news to them because they have not been keeping up with things like we do.
Right.
So for those of us that have been in the trenches for a long time with this stuff, this speech was not for us. It was for the normies. It was for the people that aren't paying attention to what's going on.
Right.
That's my opinion on that.
I agree with that.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was stating everything like a list. And if
It's
you
like
haven't
people who
been-
need to hear it from the news and from,
Right.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah,
he
so
knows that they're not going to get it anywhere else.
I
unless
mean, did
they-
anyone see Trump's coffee brand or was I bugging?
I ain't seen that yet.
It was literally right there on the screen. It was like, and he's taking a picture with his coffee brand, the Golden Era.
Well,
I was weak.
The stream that Ruby was using was doing a lot of ads for Trump. You could see like they were advertising
Yeah.
a combat knife,
A
and I was
combat
laughing.
knife, a lot of
Yeah.
stuff. I was like, what the heck is going on?
That's alternative media because I don't
Yeah.
watch the mainstream. So that's a network called Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN, and it's like right wing.
Is that what you were streaming? Was right
Yes.
Right broadcasting? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay.
That's why you were seeing all those ads for Trump.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
That's
but is that legit? Like does
Yes.
he really has his own?
Well,
No, I think
it's his likeness.
No.
I think he
no,
sells
no.
a Bible. I think Trump has a Bible. He has shoes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got it all.
Yeah.
I logged myself. And
Yeah.
I like that he's bringing everything back to America. A lot of our things are outsourced from other countries. So like
Right.
I like that he's trying to bring all of that back to here. Because I feel
Which is
like, these countries are taking advantage. Like they think that they can pull these oh well, you know what? You're not gonna do what we want, then you know what? We're gonna take this away. You're not gonna have any access to this no more. And he's more so like, okay, no problem. We'll start doing our own stuff here. Like if you're gonna be like that.
I think what people don't realize, if you go back and you listen to Trump back in the 80s and the 90s when he starts talking about political stuff, he's always talked about how the United States has been taken advantage of financially.
Mm-hmm.
That hasn't changed. His message hasn't changed. He was he just wasn't in a position at that time to be able to do something about it. We have been getting, I agree with him. We've been getting ripped off by other countries for so very long. Why? Because the deep state's goal has always been to destroy and weaken America.
Mm-hmm.
That has been their goal. And I know a lot of folks, I get it. They're very skeptical about Trump. They don't like Trump. I get that. But what we're dealing with is bigger than Trump.
Right.
We are talking about the survival of the United States of America as a constitutional republic. And if folks can't see that bigger picture, then I don't know what to say to them. Because too many people, it's like with the whole Ukraine thing. Everybody out there putting a post up. Oh, I stand with Ukraine. Really? Have you not paid attention to what's going on in Ukraine since 2014? And it goes back even longer than that. The only reason, and I will say this publicly, and I don't give a damn, but the only reason people put up, I stand with Ukraine, is because they hate Trump. That's it. Because regardless, those people that put that up could give two shits about Ukraine.
Right.
They're virtue signaling, just like they do with Black Lives Matter when they put the black, the black circle up. It's all virtue signaling. That's all
Absolutely.
it is, to be honest.
Yeah.
So what did we learn from COVID when it comes to our supply chains? Our supply chains are very weak because a lot of our stuff comes from overseas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if those places shut down, what happens to America? You know, I talked to a dude. We're looking for a UTV for our house, a utility vehicle, and the one that I'm looking at, I called one of the dealers and asked him about it. He said, Jimmy, he says it's a pretty good vehicle, but it was selling good in 2018 and 2019, but once 2020 hit, our sales went down because we weren't able to get parts.
Right. And those parts are expensive when they're coming from across sea. They can get expensive as hell. Oh my God.
Yeah. You think about all the vehicles, all the medical equipment, all the pharmaceutical, well, that's a whole nother story there.
Yeah.
But all this stuff is coming from overseas. We get tariffed. That they're putting tariffs on us. People don't want to talk about that.
Yep.
The only thing they want to talk about, Trump's putting tariffs on people on things. It's been done to us for fucking years. Sorry.
Right.
It's been done to us for years.
Right. 100% right. Yes.
And it's costing us millions.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do my inner Trump. It's costing us millions and millions and millions of dollars. That is effing up our economy.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So if we bring this stuff back in the United States, then we don't have to worry about what another country does as far as clothing or whatever.
Right.
And you bring jobs back to the United States, and you know that that's one reason why I did put a star beside the gold card program, because I saw that Michelle wasn't too thrilled about that one.
Yeah.
But and that's fine.
Come on, Jimmy. $5 million. Who the hell has $5 million in their backpack to get that?
Do you know how many rich people live outside the United States?
Yeah.
Millions.
Okay, but what about the people that don't have the money?
Yeah,
why
like
is everyone focused on the rich people?
So let me. This is the best way I can explain how I understand it at the moment. What this gold card program is doing. Okay, first off, the green cards. Someone gets a green card, they come over, they do some work in America, they get paid. Most of the time, they probably send the money back to their own home country, to their family.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what's happening. Are they creating jobs? No. Are they furthering our economy? No. So you get somebody that is, let's just say, a guy that likes to build hotels. And let's say he's from India. And because of regulations and everything, he's not able to do what he wants to do with his business in India. The guy has $5 million. I'm sure there's going to be a vetting program for the people that sign up for this stuff to make sure they're not terrorists or anything like that. But let's say he's a good guy. He wants to start a business in America. He can pay $5 million, get the gold card, get in line for citizenship. But he can come in, he can open up his 1 or 2 hotels that he wants to open up. What does that do? That creates jobs. And if he's building a hotel, then what comes after that? A gas station pops up, a restaurant pops up, a mom and pop store pops up around this hotel. It's creating jobs.
That sounds like in Disneyland, there's always a line where if you're disabled, you get to be the first in line. That's exactly what it sounds like. Because they have the money and the funds, they get to be first in line to enter and become a citizen.
No. He goes to the back of the line for the citizenship.
Yeah, but what's the probability of him actually waiting the same amount of time for someone who doesn't have the money?
I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be.
I doubt it.
Well,
it's all about money. If they're there and they know that they're here to come,
you don't know. We don't know what's in the contract for them to accept the gold card thing. So until that comes out, we don't know. So,
I don't need to wait for it to come out for me to think about that.
Yeah, I get that, but the way it's lined up,
it's happened before.
He would go to the back of the line for citizenship, but he would get his card, like the green card people are allowed to come in and work. He gets a gold card to come in and do what he wants to do, building his business.
Yeah, and then Trump said that there's going to be special perks for the golden card. So that means that people who can't afford the golden card cannot receive those perks. So it's once again creating a division.
Well, you think about this too. $5 million. You sell 100 million of those, you wipe out our national debt.
Correct.
Mhm.
Right. So once again, it's about money.
Well,
Everything is.
Everything's about.
yeah, it is.
That's not a
Right,
bad
so-
thing. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a bad thing.
But it can bring a lot of issues, I think.
Like what?
Because once again, you're causing division amongst the people. So
Rich versus the poor.
hypothetically, these people with the Trump golden card have special perks that people who can't afford won't
Yes.
receive.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. Let's say this guy, hypothetically speaking, let's say this guy goes into a rural community, in Alabama and opens up a hotel or opens up a restaurant or whatever. What's that guy just done for that area?
Okay, but what's the difference between a person with a Trump golden card and a person with a green card who has the same ambitions, but they cannot afford the golden
Right.
card? That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so how long has the green card thing been in play, and how many businesses have been opened up because somebody had a green card?
Right,
Right.
but the point is that
None.
the government is against
know.
us. So once
Okay.
again, you're bringing. I don't think that has anything to do.
Well, see, this is where
Because
this
you
is where
can't say that when people are already. There's a negative connotation when it comes to immigrants. Period.
No, Tony, this is where you're missing the point. You're an American citizen.
Hmm.
We do not owe Mexico anything, and Mexico does not owe us anything other than respect. Nobody owes anybody anything. They want to come here. So guess what? It's like an auction house. Hey, we have 100,000 tickets, and we're going up for auction. Now we do this with everything else in life, but your argument seems that you owe the people of Uganda and Pakistan something. We don't owe them anything.
I'm saying it's unfair.
No, it's not unfair.
It is unfair.
And let me give you a perfect example how this works.
It is unfair.
Elon
If someone
Musk,
is an immigrant, right, because they're both immigrants,
he has no right to come here. We don't owe him a right.
right?
Right.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. We're
Yes, it
talking
does. It
about
has
there's a
everything.
green card and a golden card. They're both immigrants.
Correct.
One of them has the money to afford the perks, and one of them doesn't.
Let me
So
Okay.
now
answer
that person who has the money to afford
I'm
the
going to answer
perks,
your question in something that you understand. There's a guy by the name of Elon Musk who's from South Africa.
Mhm.
He comes to the United States and he goes to college. And he says, "Hey guys, guess what? I have this idea about PayPal. We can revolutionize the banking industry with PayPal. But guess what? I have to now be sent back to South Africa because my visa expired. But I have $5 million and I can open up PayPal in the United States." And so what happens? People that think like you and also Democrats will say, "No, go back to South Africa."
it's
So
the
we're
process.
So this is what happens. So now you have a guy like Elon Musk who you let come in for $5 million. What is he doing? Well, he not only made his millions with PayPal, he's also working on something new called XRP. This is what I'm saying.
But it's still going back to like it seems like favoritism because once again,
well, of course, because XRP is bringing thousands of jobs in America.
right?
PayPal
But
has
that
tens of
I
thousands of
don't
people.
agree with it. I don't
Tony,
agree with it.
If you,
I don't
if
agree
you're-
with that. I think that I
if
don't
your
think that's
cousin-
fair.
If your cousin comes to America, he's going to be making hot dogs in a corner. But if Elon Musk comes into America, 10,000 people work for PayPal in the
Right,
United
but what's
States.
to say the people with the green card don't have the same ambition as the one with the golden
Well,
card?
that's their problem. We don't owe them
Yeah,
anything.
ambition and
No,
money,
that's
two different
incorrect.
things.
Sorry, that's a selfish mentality.
We don't
When-
owe anybody anything.
That's a selfish mentality. Sorry.
But
You
think
gotta-
about it, Tony. That is the same argument can be made about free markets. As long as you have the money, that's what matters. I understand.
We
your
know that,
point.
but it's
I
rigged
understand your
against.
point.
It's rigged against the people once again.
You just gotta
But the-
play by
but
the
the
rules if you want to
people-
get in here.
But the people that it would benefit will be a lot more than the people that will have a green card. Like I said,
Right.
he comes in, he creates jobs, he creates,
I understand that, but where is the supporting those who don't have the luxuries
The
that
green
people
card
who
still exists. We're not saying that that's
right?
going to
But
go
the point
away.
is that they would be able to move faster and do the things that people who have the green card don't have the perks.
It's just an avenue for the people who do have the money
I
to
don't
do it
think
to get
I
it
think
done.
that it's unreasonable that it's $5 million. They should lower that to
you're
what
thinking, but
they
you're
should
thinking in an
lower that.
individualist mentality. We're thinking about the greater
No,
good, the country, the national
we're
debt.
talking about providing opportunities to people of all financial background, not
It's
only
still
a
there.
specific. No, it's
That's
not.
still there. Yes, it is, because Trump created opportunity zones for the Black and Hispanic communities,
Right,
for the
but
folks that
now
don't have.
you're giving more perks to those who have the financial status, which is
And that is what
unfair.
America is, though. That is
If
America. That
if
is the
you
definition of
provided that
America.
opportunity for everyone, then
Can
maybe
I
you'd
add
have
something?
more of a better outcome than just the small percentage of the
Right.
people that can actually afford that.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
I want to say, I truly believe if they cared about the national debt, first of all, the elites we're talking about that are going to be paying $5 million to come into our country, they're the ones that created this mess, in my opinion. The bankers, whoever you want to call them. Secondly, wouldn't we first start focus on the Federal Reserve? Don't you think the Federal Reserve is the biggest problem to why
Oh
there's so
yeah,
much debt?
I
Like if
agree.
they
I agree with you on that, Michelle.
100%,
so
100%.
why is that not a thing? Why does Trump never talk about that? Why, if we really think Trump is on our side, why are
Mm-hmm.
the real issues that we all know are really causing these problems? Why aren't they being addressed? That's
I
my issue.
honestly think that you guys are going to find out more about the Federal Reserve and the fact that it's already dead and it's been incorporated into the Treasury already. That just hasn't gone public yet. The Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve, in my opinion, as of right now, will cease to exist.
I hope so, because I
hope so
agree with
too.
that.
Because I feel like that's why we have inflation. I think
That's exactly why we have inflation and the problems we have with the Federal Reserve.
right.
And
I feel like all this blame gets put on the debt, but in reality, the reason why we have inflation is because of the Federal Reserve. And if we got rid of the Federal Reserve, I feel like inflation would pretty much go away.
yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my only issue. I think we get sidetracked on gold cards. I get what Tony's saying too, but we get sidetracked on gold cards, and I think that's
My thing
intentional.
is, if he would have lowered it from 5 million to a lower, then maybe he'd have more people who are willing to put in the work to build more businesses. But because you're being specific and raising it to a point where only a specific group of people who can afford it are the only ones that could get it, you're limiting.
And it should be limited. And let me put that immigration back and forth to rest, because I'm zero immigration, and that would get rid of all these problems. I am zero for it.
Well,
So I
if
don't
that's
care
the
if it's
case, then we
gold,
would all
blue,
not
red,
be here.
green. I don't
We
want
will
nothing.
all not be here.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's kind of different because America kind of bought us, Puerto Rico, even though we're not a state. But aside from
Well, I'm just saying.
that,
I mean, if
Because we're
you're
all
pro no
immigrants.
immigration, then none of us will be allowed to even speak.
Right.
well,
Tony's right.
not
We're all
technically.
immigrants.
We are all
Technically,
immigrants.
we all came from another place, and I do see
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, I would say there was pilgrims. They came from Britain, and even before that, they've conquered. I mean, we've had this discussion a million times. But specifically speaking,
Yeah, but you're
we were
using the
kind of bought.
history books from the deep state once again.
I understand your
So
angle, but think about it. It would end all problems if we had zero immigration until we fix
fix it.
every deep state issue in America. Welcome Jesse to the stage.
I see
before
what
we move
Ruby's
forward.
saying. I see what Ruby's saying. She's saying even if we just did it temporarily, where we just took a pause on immigration while we fix things in
I
our
mean,
country.
Trump
That's
doesn't sound
different.
like he wants to take a pause because he just did the whole golden Trump
Right.
card. So
But
Right.
but if you look at some of the
so
things that
he's
he has,
basically being selective as to who he wants to come in or not.
for
Mhm.
example, he put a pause on hiring for the federal government. He put a pause on foreign aid going out. And there was one other thing he put a pause on. I can't remember what it was. But that's the reason he's put a pause on certain things so they can root out the deep state players.
That's what I agree with. For like 100 years, we should put a pause on all immigration and focus on Americans and American first interests and policies until we fix our country first. Hi,
100 years.
Jesse.
That's a
Oh, I'm Al Verde.
Hey, Al Verde.
Verde, welcome
Not
to the
Al Green.
chat.
Al Green got kicked out.
Al Green.
I'm Al Verde.
I think too, what happens is a lot of people freak out when Trump says things. For example, proof in the pudding. When he came out and said fake news, what did everybody say? Seriously, what did everybody say? When he said there's fake news, what were people saying?
That he's lying.
Okay, what else?
I don't know, guys. Anybody have any other
Oh,
guesses?
you mean when
I'm not.
historically when he first came out and said
Yeah,
that?
when he first came out and
that
mentioned
he was
fake.
crazy, that he was delusional.
Yeah.
You name it, they said it about him.
Okay,
Conspiracy
what
He was fake news.
and what have we learned about the mainstream media since then?
They're fake news.
Yes.
And they
So
even
he
use it.
wasn't
They
he
even use
wasn't
it.
lying. He wasn't crazy,
No.
right?
No.
Right. Go agree.
Okay. Another example, when he came out in April of 2022 and said, 2020. He said, hey, I'm hearing great things about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. What did the media do? And what did the Democrats and liberals do with that?
Yeah,
Oh,
they dragged
they
him.
labeled all of us crazy and
Yeah.
conspiracy
Bleach.
theorists.
They talked about bleach
And that too.
and
what
horse taste.
and what have we learned about ivermectin and HCQ since then?
It could have saved lives.
Exactly.
So he wasn't crazy.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that Trump says that are actually legit, you know?
So how do we know that what he's saying right now won't turn out to be in the same category as fake news and HCQ?
Right.
We don't.
We don't. So
Mhm.
instead of us, that's why I try not to argue with people over these things, because things end up coming out and we learn the truth about everything that's being said a little later.
Right.
And Jimmy, this is what I wanted to throw about the gold card.
Yeah.
They're not mutually exclusive. For example, we're not getting rid of the green card. Did I hear anybody saying no?
No.
He's bringing in a new class. And I think this is why, let me throw it at you, Jimmy. I think you might agree with me, is that we're behind in engineers. We're behind in inventors. We're behind. But there's something different. There's something that we're ahead of all the nations, is the American spirit. People
Correct.
want to come to America. So there's going to be a price. Trump is not talking about getting rid of the green card or the visa program or no, we're always going to need labor. So we're not going to get rid of the green cards. We have millions and millions, but we're going to develop this new thing that's at $5 million, this gold card. And it's going to help attract those highly skilled, rich people that the Chinese have, that the Indians have, that the rich nations have.
Correct.
And
I agree
they're
with that.
yearning to come to America. So he's in a marketplace for these engineers that we're behind it. For example, we're teaching kids how to use condoms in school when in China they're teaching them how to be engineers.
Or we're putting freaking kitty boxes in kindergarten classes. We need those engineers. We need architects, because if we're going to, revamp our roads, our bridges, our airports, train stations, we're going to need skilled, knowledgeable people to be able to do that. Because right now, the United States is number 28th in education in the world.
And that's a designed problem.
We used to be number one.
Exactly. We should be number one. But you see, it's my opinion that is a manufactured problem, because they want to outsource those expertise instead of having American-born, American-made industry of whatever industry you want. It should be American. And that's why I disagree with the Elons and the Viveks of America that come to this country when they supported the H-1B, I think it's called, visa for people to come over here and go to school and become those industries. But why can't we just give those grants, scholarships, etc. to American-born people? that's my stance.
I can probably tell you that if we looked at the stats, if we had it actually in front of us to see how many people came into the United States with a green card and produced something huge for the economy and for the United States economy. How many people on the H-1B1 visas have created new jobs? I would just love to see what the stats were, because it's probably not that high. But if you've got somebody who's an established engineer in another country who wants to be in America, then that's going to create more jobs, more opportunity for folks that are unemployed, and they're contributing to the economy. You got to look at it. America has to be ran like a business.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And let me tell you something about us Mexicans and us immigrants. A lot of times we're very racist, and you white people have to have the courage to understand this. I know a lot of white people have white guilt, but look, I've employed people since I was 24 years old. 24. I'm 56 now, and I've employed and trained a lot of guys. I had this Mexican guy that wanted to come over. He was a friend of my foreman, and he was waiting about 5 years to get his green card. He ran a business in Mexico, but he had a business in the United States. When he came over, we hired him. A couple of days later, he gave me a 2-week notice. He was hired on the Trump wall. The Mexican foremans, they got their own clique, a clica. They won't hire white people. They won't hire Black Americans. They won't hire Puerto Ricans. They only hire within.
Exactly.
You can have an American-born Black person, a white person, or Chinese. He's not going to get in on these jobs.
Exactly.
But you get a Black guy or a white guy, American-born, and you work them with these Mexicans. They're not going to last. They're going to eat them up alive.
Yeah. I want to look at a comment that Rosie Jenny S said. Do many of those with green cards end up on welfare, food stamps, free medical, and it says they have benefits at cost. So a lot of these folks with the green cards that come in here, yes, they do get food stamps, they do get welfare, and they get free medical. Who pays for that?
Exactly.
Workman's compensation, the working class.
The American taxpayer funds that.
Yes, but listen, maybe 20, 30 years ago, when my parents came over, my parents came over about 70 years ago, and that generation of people, they never took food stamps. They never took anything.
Right.
They would cry. They would rather die than to take it. But there's a new generation of immigrants that are just getting money. Well, we saw it. They were getting the phones, they were getting the credit cards and the lavish lifestyle. So it's a different world we're living in right now. But you know what? Just to get back to Tony, I wanted to throw this at you, Ruby, and Jimmy and Gilbert. Where does it say that the two are that they have to be exclusive, the gold card and the green card? I didn't hear that anywhere. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But does it say that the green cards will end?
No.
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 It's just a brand new thing that Trump is.
Yes, that's what I figured.
Yeah, it's a brand new avenue. Yeah.
Hey, Ruby, let me tell you why in the comment section I said that you're wrong in that.
Yeah, tell me why I'm wrong, Gigi. Go ahead.
It's real simple. There's a thing called a BlackBerry phone and an iPhone. And an iPhone. Now, I didn't watch a movie, but there's a movie about the BlackBerry phone in Canada. It was made in Canada by the smartest people in the world in Canada. The smartest people in Canada. And then in the movie, they start finding out that they're losing market share. And the CEOs of the company, all of the people, all of the workers are like, what the hell's happening? Didn't we hire the smartest people in Canada to work here? Yeah. But all of the other smarter people went to work, guess where? With Apple. So Apple was bringing in the smartest people from around the world, and they created the Apple phone, which took out the Canadian BlackBerry, something that you guys all know because you've seen these phones. So the answer to the question is, when you mentioned earlier that it has to be treated as a business, the gold card has to happen because we already have examples, and Donald Trump has talked about it, where people went to these great schools. And guess what? They're multi-million in America. They went to great schools in America. Now they're multimillionaires, and some are billionaires in India and China. And guess why? Because we kicked them out. We kicked them out. So this is what we're saying, that Apple, and this is about King Tony doesn't understand. Apple is going to pay $5 million. Apple is going to spend $50 million and bring the 10 smartest people in the world and bring them to, and then in Phoenix, Arizona, in the northern part, the Taiwanese are going to bring in 10 Taiwanese people and pay $50 million. The best are going to come here. And guess what? They're also going to send money back to Taiwan. They're also going to send money back everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So if we do not do this, Russia will be building iPhones. China will be building iPhones.
Yep.
So everyone is wrong and Trump is right. Just remember that.
I was just sitting here thinking of a point where I think it was Ruby that you said who said they kicked them out? Was it Gigi that said these smart people got kicked out?
Yes, in India and China, they're CEOs and multimillionaires.
So kind of similar. You think about and there's tons of names, but you think about all these inventors, these doctors, surgeons that have had breakthroughs, like being able to run a car on water, or being able to have cures for cancer, or different things like that. All these things that would change the way we all live. What happened to those people? Guys?
No clue what happened.
They've been murdered. They've been taken out of the picture. They're no longer on this earth. So we go back to the deep state thing. What Trump is doing is a threat to their system, just like these inventors. I'll just use the guy that invented where you could run a car on water. He was a threat to their system, so they had to take him out. So like Gigi said, anybody that comes up that's very smart, they're going to use the H-1B1 to say that's a violation, and they're going to send them home back to India or back wherever. They don't want those people in this country, because they know if they're brought in or if they're allowed to live, that's a threat to their system, a threat to their goal of wanting to destroy America.
Yeah. Whoa, what happened?
What happened? Where's Ruby?
It just faded up. Hey, Jimmy, so this is what I think happens with the N1, H1B1. Look, let's talk about immigrants like myself. I'm a Mexican American. And when we come over, we come to work. We just come to work. That's all we know. It's in our DNA. We work. Along, there's going to come a guy from a rich country, a millionaire, and he's going to come into the agricultural community. And he's going to do something that us Mexicans don't know how to do. He's going to make a team of labor, of white, black, anything, just the best workers. And he's going to have the best robotic skills. He's going to have the best robots picking lettuce. And he's going to do this lettuce field with what it takes Mexican manpower, 30, 40 in a crew. He's going to do it with 5 because he's got the money, the backing to it. And that's what Trump is thinking about. In every industry, it's going to be revolutionized when you bring this money from. He's going to bring the best of the best of capital coming to America. That's what I see the gold card doing. It's going to revolutionize every industry, even your insurance industry. We're all getting revolutionized.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, technical
What happened?
difficulties. Yeah, my camera went off, the background went off, everything.
Oh my
was a
goodness.
mess. Okay. I think that's what a lot of people they get a little afraid of. Because we've been coddled for so long that we think it's mean or racist to say that other people get to be first. And we lost that strength, in my opinion, of always being a winner. Like, it's not bad to be a winner or to be in first place all the time. We don't have to give performance achievement awards to everybody. No, you have a winner and you have a loser. And what Trump is doing for us is putting us back at number 1. We need to be the winners again, because if it's not us, it will be a real dictatorship. It will be real fascism. It will be real communism. It will be what they're claiming Trump is. It will be that for real.
Correct.
And we don't know what that feels like because we've been privileged enough to be number 1 and in charge to keep the world going round and round the way that it has.
Ruby, but you know what? I'm a romantic like Tony. Tony's a romantic. When I heard her fighting with Gilbert, arguing with Gilbert, listen, because the Statue of Liberty says, give me your poor, your wretched, your few, your huddled masses yearning to be free. So I saw a romanticism of America in Tony's argument, and I share it. But I also so what I'm saying is the gold card and the green card don't have to exclude each other. We can coexist in this country. We bring in the finest of capital, and we bring the finest of labor.
Exactly. It can work.
And to go along with what Ruby said, this has been a cultural shift in America over the last 25 years to where everybody gets a freaking participation trophy, or you know when that started. I mean, I think I told y'all the story. I don't remember if I did, but I was coaching a little league baseball team back in 2004. And the team didn't win shit. They sucked, okay? But the parents and everybody threw them all a party, and everybody got a trophy. Now, I'm thinking, what? I'm a competitive guy. I was thinking, why are they getting trophies and they didn't win a single game? And then the next thing that came out was all this graduating from kindergarten or graduating from the second grade. I'm like, why are they doing this? This was all a way for them to the whole peace, love, feel good, dumbing. I didn't agree with any of it. And it's given that generation a sense of entitlement. So they expect to get a good job. They expect to be able to go out there and land a $150,000 job, and they only got 1 year of experience or something. We've been designed to be weak-minded.
Right. So I don't want to take.
And we're done with that. We're done with that.
And in the immigrant community, the same thing, Jimmy. When our parents came over, they never accepted 1 penny. And maybe 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago, immigrants didn't expect anything but a good day's work. And they made work when it wasn't. But today's immigrant, they demand their Spanish. They demand their welfare. They demand their Social Security. Right. It gets so bad that in certain agricultural fields, they don't even want Mexicans no more. They want El Salvador or Venezuela, or they want them deeper down because they're not so haughty as some of the Mexicans have gotten.
I want to point out 2 comments. Jeannie said, everyone gets a trophy, makes you lazy. That's absolutely true. And Lisa Sands, we've gone from striving for excellence to accepting mediocrity. That's a true statement. But there's still folks out there who want to strive for excellence. And that's what we're doing. That's what Trump's wanting to do for America.
Oh, yeah. And I think we've gotten too used to people coming over here and begging for money like Zelensky, and thinking that just because he asks nicely, or just because he's, standing up to the big bad wolf of Putin, that we should just bend over and just give our money. I mean, with the money that Doge just found out, we should be getting our money back, not giving it to any other country. So when I say zero immigration, I mean zero. When I say zero foreign aid, I mean zero. I am an isolationist until we get this country back on track and until we get all of our money back.
I can't say that I disagree with that. There's a part of me that likes that idea.
Yeah, I think it'll be best for us. That's what it means to be America first. And that's what I am. I am not MAGA. I am not a Trump supporter. I am America first. But did you see that interaction that he had with Trump?
Oh my God, yeah, I saw that. That was great. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. And you notice the vibe. Now, what the media has shown you is like, the clips and everything. There's like a 12-minute clip, but if you actually watch the whole thing, it's like an hour long. It gives it more context because Trump didn't get his hair up too much until Zelensky called J.D. Vance a bitch.
In his language,
in Russian.
Apparently.
Once that happened, and when that happened, you saw the cameras went, and this is why, the whole stage thing's kind of interesting, because the cameras showed the Ukrainian ambassador with her head down like this, like, oh my God, I can't believe he just did that.
Yep.
That's when the vibe changed in that meeting. And the other thing is they had a deal prepared, ready to go, ready to sign. Zelensky had agreed to it with Rubio. They were going in to finalize it. So when Zelensky got his, high up on his ass or whatever you want to call it, you saw Rubio there like, what the hell, dude? We had a deal. He's just sitting. He's like, we had a deal, and you come in and do this. But what a lot of people don't understand is before this happened with the meeting with Trump, Zelensky met with Democratic officials, and they told him to buck up against Trump.
Right.
That all true. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, I saw it and I loved it too. And you know what? Oh, go ahead, Jimmy.
And these people getting all, well, Trump shouldn't talk like that. Da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the conversations that the public doesn't see between world leaders doesn't get heated?
Right.
I mean, come on. Go watch some movies, some political thrillers.
Mm-hmm.
They show the people back and forth fussing. You know, it happens. You just got to see it. You just got it firsthand.
And that's actually what we want to see. If you are a real patriot, this is what you want to see. You want to see your president standing up to other foreign leaders when it comes to, like Trump said, you're playing around with World War III. It's not a joke. So when you have these people acting as if they command, you're like macho man or whatever. No, you need to sit down and be humble, because what you're trying to do here is seek peace, is it not? And that's why Trump said he is not looking for peace.
And I think he was pushing his luck too. The way he was dressed, I know to a lot of people it doesn't matter, but like Trump talks about the Border Patrol, he says how great it is. He talks about every profession. He talks about the greatest. He was talking about the Ukraine fighters in the utmost respect. He talks about music, any industry that Trump talks about, he talks about the greatness. When he talks about baseball this weekend, he was talking about Pete Rose with great admiration, the deceased.
Yeah, saw that.
Well, the same thing with this. You're going to the White House. Some people, like Ronald Reagan, he would not even go into the Oval Office without a coat. They hold it in the highest esteem.
Right.
And Zelensky did not hold it in the highest. I mean, he really was out of place. He needed to come to Jesus moment. Needed to be bitch slapped.
Ruby, do a quick search. I had something just hit me. Do a quick search on Zelensky meeting with Klaus Schwab.
On X or
just
internet?
Google it and see if a picture comes up.
Zelensky meeting
with Klaus Schwab.
Yeah.
Schwab. Let's see.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay, let me see. Images.
At Davos.
At Davos.
Oh, yes.
Now, pull the picture up.
I see one here.
Yeah, the one right there. Yeah, that one. Blow it up.
Okay.
He's wearing a suit.
Yep.
You dress up for the boss. Klaus Schwab is the boss.
Yep. I get it. I don't understand what it is. I don't know if it's him or
Let's just say he's a puppet and he's dressing up for the puppet master.
Right.
So with what he did with Trump not dressing up in a suit, that's disrespectful.
Yeah, it is. I agree. But this guy explains it the best. So I have a clip here, and I'm going to give you a warning about the language for anybody who's watching. But this guy explains it the best.
Y'all want the president to be a bitch or something? Y'all want the president to be or something? I don't really understand. If another president pulls up to the Oval Office talking crazy out the neck, and our president don't whip his ass back in line. Whip his ass back in line. I don't really understand what the fuck we doing. Calling them bullies? Are we fucking 10-year-old children? What the fuck do you mean bullies? It's the presidents. What do you think wars are? Just bullies fighting each other? Stupid nigga. These niggas really in a field. These niggas are dying for real. And y'all niggas talking about bullies. If you let niggas talk crazy, if you let niggas do whatever, then they gonna do whatever. I mean, what the fuck?
Exactly right. And that's the best way that I can share it. I can't talk like that, but I love how there are some people that have their head on screwed on right and understand that fundamental basic thing with politics. What do you mean? Our president is supposed to be the biggest and the baddest. What you talking about? We're the United States of America. Like, do you not know our history? And I think that's why a lot of people have that guilt, because they wanna change. They wanna be, oh, we should be nicer and we should be this and we should be that. No, that's just not who we are. Hi, Gigi.
I'm gonna tell you, this is a generational thing, because you look at the millennials and you look at mostly the millennials. They're the ones that are all, oh, let's be nice. Da, 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 da. No, we have the Gen X attitude right now. Yeah. The FAFO. That's where we're at. We're done. We're done playing these games, and America has been coddled mentally for way too long.
That's true. And one thing you need to understand about the dress code, I was telling Jesse, Nayib Bukele of El Salvador doesn't wear suits and ties when you see him, but he'll wear a traditional El Salvadorian suit. So African leaders go visit Trump dressed in African suits.
Correct.
The guy from I forget his name.
Nice.
The guy from India. He dresses like an Indian. If Gandhi were to see Donald Trump, he would go dressed like Gandhi. So the point is that it hadn't, in my opinion, and other people, it has nothing to do with the suit. It has to do with the full disregard of Zelensky. He wasn't dressed in full gear of the Ukrainian. He disrespected his own country. Now listen,
Correct.
Let's say the president of Mexico went, and it was a man, and he went dressed full charro, Mexican sombrero. Nobody would say anything. They would actually love it, because that's what culture is. And Donald Trump loves everybody to have their own culture.
Right.
What we saw here was he was going to the gym. Like, I mean, this was total disrespect.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we saw here.
I agree.
And then there was another clip that I have here for you, Jimmy, explaining about our mandate, because you talk about this a lot, about the mandate. Trump has been mandated. So this is a good clip of the mandate.
It's only been in office for 6 weeks. Seems like 6 years, doesn't it? And he's been going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win. But he won the popular vote by 1.5%, one of the smallest ever. And he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is this really?
Well, it is a mandate, and I'm going to explain why. And I don't mind the question, but let me be very clear. I'm no supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truth and the facts. And here's the facts. The man won every swing state. Yep. He increased in terms of his voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. He increased his numbers in that regard from 2020. 89% of the counties shifted to the right. That's a mandate. We can sit up there and play around all we want to. In 2020, Trump didn't win the popular vote. He didn't win the electoral college vote. A matter of fact, the Republicans hadn't won the popular vote, if I remember correctly, since 2004. But they did this year. So 20 years after they last won the popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And on top of it all, 89% of the counties shifted gears. I don't understand how people can look at that and say, there's no mandate. There's a mandate.
Well, it's a different definition of a mandate, I guess.
But the problem is that if you're the Democratic Party and you lost 49.8% to 48.3%, and you're looking at that 1.5% dip, that's an excuse for you to say, what we did really wasn't that bad.
Some people didn't
we should continue to do that. No, don't continue to do it. Find a new strategy.
Agree.
That was the best. I love X for this reason, because it is like I That's the best way that we can explain it or even show it. It's just an excuse what these people want to do percentages, percentages or statistics or whatever. I don't do that no more. And I've learned from Gigi and Jesse, and I don't do research no more. I don't look at numbers anymore. It's like I feel the heartbeat of America. I go online on X is one of the best places so far that has free speech, and you could already feel the pulse of America, and we're done with it. We're sick and tired with all of it. So when he got kicked out the White House, I was like, yo, thank God we got Trump in office right now.
And see, what a lot of people don't talk about is Biden had problems with Zelensky. There was a phone conversation where Biden was going off on Zelensky. But the media doesn't want to talk about that.
Yeah, he disrespected Biden too. Biden had enough.
So
you know what? There was this news article. I don't know if you guys saw it today on I think it was Bill Murray. I can't remember what famous actor was talking about the Washington Post on the Bob Woodward. And it was a famous actor today. I don't know if it was on Joe Rogan, and they were talking about Bob Woodward of the Washington Post. And he's talking about how he was lying about him. And it's a famous story today in the Washington Post. But when I was a kid back in 1974, and Bob Woodward went after Nixon, in 1974, I was 6 years old. I knew they were lying about Richard Nixon. And I was thinking, look, I was just a dumb Mexican little kid. If I could see that they were persecuting Richard Nixon, how come this rich, white, famous guy who's now 70 or 80, they're barely figuring it out? Why is Stephen A. Smith in The View? I remember the 80s and 90s. He was always after Reagan. He was always hitting Bush, Sarah Palin. He was always treating Rush Limbaugh, all us conservatives like trash. And they're coming to the party late. When 30 years ago, we were getting beat up, all the conservatives. And back in 74, the way they treated Nixon like a dog. And now they're saying, oh, wait, maybe we were wrong about this. Man, maybe they should apologize for the way they, like Stephen A. Smith, he should apologize for all the things he said about conservatives so many years ago. I just have a bit of frustration over it.
I know why you would ask that, but I'm at the point right now where I'm not even worried about, him apologizing for stuff that he said 20, 30 years ago. I'm looking at what he's saying now and how he's acting upon the information that he's learned from now.
Yeah,
because
we were beat up.
Because if we took that attitude, then, for example, let's bring it down to a personal level. That would mean that in 2020, when I was out there being active, boldly speaking things, I had a lot of XJWs stab me in the back, told me I was a crazy conspiracy theorist. But I had one come back here just recently and say, hey, Jimmy, I'm sorry. Sorry for my TDS 4 years ago. It's exactly what this person said. And I told her, you know what? I don't need a sorry. I'm just glad, in her words, she said, I've been red-pilled now. So I don't want to take the attitude to where I'm going to say, oh, well, you need to apologize for stabbing me in the back 4 years ago. I'm not going to do that because I'm glad they're learning now.
I'm with you, but I just don't trust Stephen A. Smith. I mean, because look, also, if you're in the battlefield, let's say you're in the trenches, you're going to watch your back too with who you're with. I mean, I wouldn't trust Stephen A. Smith 100% because I've been burnt by him before.
Yeah, well, there's that. You got to be careful. Use discernment on who you trust and everything for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, he could be saying the right thing now to save his ass. There's a lot of that going on too, Zuckerberg.
Right. Like Charles Barkley, he acts like he's your friend one time, and then he starts spewing that you're a racist. Hey, but speaking of that, let me just throw this at you, a question at you and Ruby. When Al Green got thrown out early in the, do you think he was race baiting?
What was he saying? What was he saying to get thrown out?
I don't know, but the image is this: an old black man, civil rights leader, icon, getting thrown out by three white guys.
Oh, so, I can see them spinning that and making something of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. They're trying to get.
I can see them doing that.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought, wow, they're trying to get a picture here. They're trying to get a gotcha moment, is what I thought.
Yeah, I can see that. I didn't see it when it was all happening, but since you mentioned that, knowing how the media is, yeah, 3 white guys kick out a black guy from the Capitol during Trump. Yeah, I can see that happening.
A civil rights icon, not just a normal.
Yeah, I can see that happening. That's how these people operate.
Yeah, but he was out of place. He was yelling. He was interrupting. Any organization, any city hall, they would have done the same thing. They would have done.
Oh yeah, I mean, you saw conservative parents getting kicked out of school board meetings.
Yeah.
So
this guy was worse. He was waving his stick around in the air and yelling. He was being belligerent, big time. They put his
and at Congress in front of the president.
And did you see Mike Johnson? He said it. Mike Johnson. He looks like if he bit you, it would be like cotton balls biting you. You know. But he goes. He pleaded with him. He goes, Mr. Green, can you please take your seat?
Yeah.
He pleaded with him, but you could tell Mike Johnson really wanted him to take a seat. He did not want to throw him out.
No. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting to see what the media spins on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hell, they're probably doing it already.
Oh, they are? Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying they probably are. I haven't looked to see anything, but I wouldn't put it past them. Let's see. One of the other things I thought was funny, and I put a star beside this one. When Trump was saying that the Democrats wanted a bill for immigration, and they wanted to tie all these other pet projects to the bill for immigration. And he said, turns out we didn't need a bill. All we needed was a new president.
Yep, I love that.
They're calling it the line of the night.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote it down in all capitals. Hold on. I wrote it down and I started and I wrote it in all capitals. That all we needed was a new president. So that was good. And then the stat that he brought out about autism, that back 30, 35, 40 years ago, 1 in 10,000 children would have autism. Now it's 1 in 36. That's very, very alarming and troubling.
Something's going on. Yeah. You have to be an idiot not to see it. Yeah.
And the other thing that I liked, and I saw some comments about don't bring God into this or whatever. But I was like, how in the world is it political to make a statement that children trapped in, you're perfectly fine with the way God made you?
Mm-hmm.
How is that? How is that mixing religion into
Because
politics?
people get triggered with these terms, and I understand it. I get it. I used to feel like that.
Okay.
But even though you reject that for yourself, that doesn't mean that like 51% of the whole country is Christian. No matter the denomination, we are a Christian nation. And how many times have we spoke about this on the channel? People want to deny that, and I get it. But the truth is the truth. I'm sorry. And what we have to do is revive that in the nation.
I get the Christian value. I'm just asking, why would a statement like that trigger people into being like, oh, let's not bring God into this? Because I saw it in the chat when it was going on.
Yeah. And we have to admit that there's people that just hate that conversation. They don't want that conversation.
Exactly. It's denial. They are in denial that we have a creator, that we have a God, that we are made male and female. And that's, you could be in the center. You know what I'm saying? Like you can be right in the middle of like, it's rubbing you the wrong way. But then that's how we get that slippery slope of the radicalism that now there's 100+ genders. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you don't have a red line, if you don't put a stop to it, it's gonna go how we've seen it. And the country already rejected that by bringing in Trump when he's talked about banning the trans, banning this, banning that. Like all of the things that he said in that speech and what he has already done is so basic that it should have never been a political issue or a topic of speech or anything. So the fact that it is there, it shows you how far off the deep end these atheists or people who don't believe in God or in anything, that's how far they want to go. And us as Christians have to put a stop to that. And that's where I get my motivation from.
You know what Jimmy is talking about, the bringing up the word God. Why does that have to trigger anybody? I think is what Jimmy was trying to say. But I think, and me and Gilbert talk about it a lot in our videos, and we talk about that everything now in the United States is political. The left has politicized everything.
Correct.
For example, the word God. Let's take the word God. Our fathers that came before us, the founding fathers in America, they might have used nature's God or the creator or the Almighty. They used terminology to try to avoid God, to placate those that were not believers in God. And so you don't see the word God a lot in the founding fathers and the original documents. They use other terminology to reference God. But a person like Trump, they're already triggered. Did you remember what he said? This side right here, I can cure all this. I could come up with a
I wrote that down. I wrote that down too.
Yeah, and they will not clap. They will not be happy. So when him mentioning God, I think, let's say Bill Clinton would have talked about God or Al Gore, they wouldn't be triggered. But because it's Donald Trump, it sends them into the stratosphere.
Oh yeah, they hate him. That's why. That's hatred, and that's what hatred. It blinds you to not even applaud for something that's actually good, for the greater good of the entire country, not just your party. We should be putting country over your party every single day. And they don't do it. They worship their party and their party leader like you would worship God, because they've replaced the God and they put religion there. They worship. They put politics there. They worship politics rather than God, the creator. So it's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. That's why we have to stand up for what we believe in and fight back when these monsters try to go after our children. And Trump is that barrier. He's putting himself in front of it like a shield. So, and it's sad that he has to do that, because it should have never become an issue.
Yeah,
Gigi is back.
Yeah, so for me, the thing is with God doesn't bother me one bit. It's the religion that bothers me.
Right.
You know, that's the thing with me. And I was just sitting here thinking, I was trying to figure out how to word this, but maybe you guys can help me. Why is it just humans that we are supposed to have evolved or whatever like that? Do they say the same thing about animals? What do atheists say? Were animals created? How the animal? You see where I'm trying to go with that?
No.
Is it making sense?
No.
They said that there would be evidence in the fossil record if there was evolution in the animal kingdom and the human kingdom.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just not portraying that the way I got it in my mind. Maybe it'll come to me in a better way, but that's how shit comes to me in my brain. Go ahead. Never mind.
Ruby, so Jesse and I, we've been saying for years how the whole world has become a Jehovah's Witness on steroids. We've seen it, and to answer your question, your comment, to build on it about the right side of Trump when he's saying you guys won't even clap. That's like the Jehovah's Witnesses. Donald Trump can give them amnesty for what they've done with child sex abuse scandal, and they still wouldn't even say thank you. So what you saw right there were the Jehovah's Witnesses sitting on the other aisle, but they have a different name. They have different badges. Today they're called Democrats, but we know them as Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's because they're all globalists and they're on the same team.
Yes.
Yeah, they're a cult.
On steroids, and we are able to see it. And then a lot of people, I know what they think we're crazy because we're Jehovah's Witness, but we're seeing it on steroids.
I think another thing that's happening right now is with all the stuff that's coming out, it's waking up the lions. It's making us stronger. It's making us be able to speak out more about this stuff that's going on. I think we're being prepped to get stronger. And the reason why is because you haven't even seen the child stuff come out yet. So you're going to need strong individuals to be able to explain to these people that have been coddled for so long when the child stuff starts coming out.
Oh yeah.
Because we haven't even gotten there yet. We're going there. So people better they better buckle up and grow a pair because it's going to get real.
Yep. I mean, Jimmy, did you see that video that this other XJW YouTuber made of us calling us Trump lovers?
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, see, I didn't even want to mention his name. Don't even mention his name.
No problem.
Don't give him any credit so people go look and see it. And
What happened though?
I'll explain it quickly in a nutshell.
It's
So there
only
was this
30
other XJW YouTuber that put like screenshots of us like on the stream right here, and they say, "Do you want to see a gaggle of XJW Trump lovers?" And then they put a montage of us on the stream, and it was sent to me on Discord, and I commented and I said, "Tag me next time," because you know what? I'm not afraid to be name called. I'm not afraid to be like exposed or outed as even if I'm not what it is that they're claiming that I am. I don't really care. The good thing about this is that people are actually watching us, listening to us, and having their own conversations about it. That's a good thing. Even if you disagree with everything we say on here or Trump himself, who cares? The good thing is that they're actually talking about politics and getting opinionated for once in their life.
Did
But
you
this
like
is-
that? Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go
Did
ahead,
you
Jimmy.
like how at the end he put the picture up of Hitler?
Did he?
You didn't see that?
Hold up a second. I did.
Go-
Oh.
He likened us to Hitler, and then had the explosion at the very end.
Ah, you see? Thank you for saying that. I just saw it. No problem. So, once again, I'm not afraid of that. I don't know about you, Jimmy, but I don't care.
I don't care. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I don't care because that could backfire on him because maybe there's somebody in his audience that likes Trump but doesn't talk like you were in the beginning, and now they know where to go to be able to find people that they could talk to and share their voice with.
That's true. But you know what, Ruby, the great late Rush Limbaugh would say, when somebody's making an ass of themselves, you give them the microphone and step back. And actually, what you really should also do is egg them on. Like the more that person talks, the more he buries himself. So I wish, he does more of these videos. Like, bravo, this is a great video. Do more, do more.
You know what? I like what JG said. I'm not a Trump lover, but I enjoy this channel. It balances my perspective. And that's what we've been trying to do for all the Trump has been the bait. He's been the bait in this whole thing because we do need to broaden our perspectives. We need to look at a bigger picture that's lined with some common sense. Because the thing is people, if they actually weren't brainwashed, we would actually agree on more things than we disagree upon.
Amen.
Right. I believe that. But it doesn't bother me one bit. But there is a point that I hope that when everybody watches my stuff, that they see like I'm beyond Trump, honestly. I'm beyond Hitler, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am so beyond that I can detail at least 4 disappointments. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, that I was going to tell Jimmy, whenever I feel uncomfortable, we don't have a problem telling you guys what we disagree when Trump does whatever
Well, give
he
us
does.
one. Give us one big one.
Okay, so 2 of them are very similar out of the 4, which is about the anti-Semitic bill that Trump signed, and then how RFK Jr. just released a statement, and it says here on X, an ADL endorsed statement calling anti-Semitism a spiritual and moral disease that corrupts societies and leads to violence. So that's a quote from RFK Jr.'s X feed. And so he has been like really pro-Israel recently, after his confirmation. And I was kind of thinking RFK Jr. would have been a great Maha moment, make America healthy again, why am I hearing all these pro-Israel stances all of a sudden? Like that should not be up his alley right now. I
saw a video earlier today, and I'll send it to you, Ruby, so you can check it out because I think this explains it. The guy was talking about, and it was one of the guys we've already featured on the program too, a couple of his videos. But he was saying that a lot of your big influencers on the MAGA side have been infiltrated by these Zionist people, and the way he God, I wish I could find it real quick and share it with you. But the way he was saying it was basically they're having to play along and pretend like they're with them, right? I'll send you the video. I mean,
yes.
I tell you what, let me log off real quick. Let me send the video and you can play it because it was really good. So let me.
No problem.
I'll go get it. I'll be right back.
Hey, let me throw why I love Bobby Kennedy so much, and because I'm an old man, and so I was a baby when Bobby Kennedy got shot, and so in school it was still fresh when we were in first grade about Martin Luther King being shot. It was still fresh about Elvis Presley singing about it. Everybody's singing about it. It was just so fresh in the American psyche. But when YouTube came along, I was just obsessed with watching the Robert Kennedy, Ronald Reagan debates. I was obsessed listening to the speeches of John F. Kennedy. And now I know why they got shot. Because really at the end of the day, they were America first.
Right.
But they didn't know everything we did. They had, for example, they didn't want to go to war with the Soviet Union, but the big machine did. The big industrial complex, the military, they wanted to. So it's good for everybody to go back and watch those old debates between RFK and Ronald Reagan in 1968, 1967. And you get to see where Bobby Kennedy is coming from. These men are super intelligent. They are world-class men. Robert Kennedy, he's a gift. He's the closest we have to sainthood in the United States. This is a great man. He comes from a great family. His fathers and his uncles sacrificed their lives for our beloved country. So I would not be quick to judge Robert Kennedy so fast for something. Like Jimmy said, there might be something more than meets the eye. These men have already sacrificed a lot, and they're intelligent men. Go back and listen to their fathers and their uncles' debates. They were saying things against globalism before it was fashionable to be against globalism.
Yeah. All right, Ruby, I sent it to you in your DM on X.
Yep. Okay. Let me see. This will actually let me share it because I tried and it booted me out. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The Patriot movement, the freedom movement in America and worldwide is extremely by agents and other agencies. Their mission is to set you up or to create doubt and confusion and discouragement concerning Trump. One of the topics that they are now focusing on is Israel. I see that some powerful entity, organizations, platforms, both they are truth speakers and freedom fighters, that they are now going all out to expose how wicked Israel is. But they don't do it with the right motivation. They don't do it to effectively end this evil rule of Israel. They do it to set up America against Trump. Because Trump has no choice. He has no option but to act as if he's on the side of the Zionists. Because all America and all people in government, they're all Zionists. So he has no other choice. He has to play this. And this is being used now by the cabal, by the deep state actors, by the traders, by those who are wearing a mask in the freedom movement to attack him. I want you to be aware of this. There are coming very, very powerful exposures of what Israel really is. And that's good. That is needed. I also made a film which exploded worldwide, which is considered to be the #1 film in the world that reveals the actual nature and actual purpose of Israel, that it is literally set up by the Rothschilds to become their headquarters of a one world government, a one world Zionist government. It's the Zionists who are at the head of the vaccine industry, at the head of Big Pharma, at the head of everything in this world that's evil, it's always headed up by Zionists, people who have dual citizenship with their own country and with Israel. And they serve this agenda to make Israel the headquarters, the center of this one world state, run by financial elites that are not elected, but that are selected. We have exposed that in The Mystery of Israel, and you can find that film on stopworldcontrol.com. But many more films are being made and published by actors that I know to be from the cabal, who have been positioned as control opposition in the freedom movement. I want you guys to be aware of that, and I ask you to please share this, okay? I think that I am at this point the only one saying this. There are several very big accounts on X. They have millions of followers. Everything they post has millions of views. All they do all day long, non-stop, is expose the evil deeds of Israel. Well, that's good. But why do they do it? Next, they turn around and they start slandering and accusing Trump. And they want you to lose your confidence in Trump, to hate Trump, to distrust him because of what is happening in Israel. Guys, we need to understand Trump is president in the most Zionist nation of the world. America was taken over by the Zionists starting in the 19th century through a mind control operation of the Rothschilds, who funded the Schofield Study Bible, which literally said that a new Israel would be created, and that would be the fulfillment of God's promises, and you had to support it, otherwise God would curse you. This message has been pushed in an incredible way for the past 2 centuries in every church, every Christian ministry, every so-called prophet, every, all the big names on Christian television, all of them have been pushing this. If you don't support Israel, God will curse you. So this has become the motto of the whole voter base of Donald Trump. Of course, he has to act as if that he's supporting Israel. But I know as a fact, and we will witness this in the coming years, that there is a plan in action to expose Israel, but in such a way that it will not make Donald Trump look bad. It will not, put the blame on him. He will, in the minds of the people of America, will still be the one who did the right thing by supporting Israel. It's like with the vaccines. He released the vaccines 9 years sooner than the cabal had planned.
Yeah.
10 years of lockdowns. And you can see that in my film, Warp Speed Stop the FEMA Camps. Go to stopworldcontrol.com and you'll see it there. Warp Speed Stop the FEMA Camps. And Chad Vivas explains it in a brilliant way in this film. Trump released the vaccines because all of humanity was demanding it. Everybody was crying out for it. The World Health Organization, the United Nations, all the news media, the entire world, everything and everyone was crying out, only a vaccine will save us, nothing else. So Trump had to release that vaccine if he wanted to save the world. Their agenda was to keep the world in 10 years of lockdowns by constant new virus variants, which would be blamed on the unvaccinated, who would then be put in the FEMA camps, and then they could continue the lockdowns through these ongoing virus variants until America was completely devastated and destroyed, and then they could implement their new world order and their great reset. That is why Klaus Schwab had said, by 2030, you will own nothing. You'll have no privacy. Trump totally crashed that plan. Okay, yep. Trump knows what he's doing. He knows what he is doing. So please, guys, listen to me. I ask you to please share this video, because I haven't seen anybody in the whole Patriot or Truth movement who is really awake to how we are being played by these big accounts, by some major voices who have an enormous following. They make fantastic films. They have been exposing the vaccines better than anybody else, but it was all with the agenda to accuse Trump, to attack Trump, to try and set everybody up against Trump. He released the vaccines. He is a mass murderer. He supports Israel. He is a Zionist. instead of looking at what he's really doing. He is destroying every single aspect of the cabal. He takes away their mind control operation through the news media by exposing them as fake news. He is going to end the income tax. He is taking America away from the World Health Organization. He's going to completely abolish the climate change hoax. He is literally destroying every single stronghold of the cabal. So of course he's not on their side, and they hate him. They try to destroy him. So we have to think a little bit, people. But our movement is being heavily infiltrated, and most people don't understand it. A film will come out about Israel from Stu Peters. This film is meant to set you up against Trump. It's going to be a very powerful film, packed with truth. But the underlying motivation, the underlying agenda is to accuse Trump so that everybody would again lose confidence in him and he would not have the people behind him. I want to ask you to be wise and intelligent and see what's going on in our movement. Look at what Trump is doing. There's no way that he's evil, but he has no other option but to play a certain game in the most Zionist nation of America, surrounded by everything. But I mean, there's Zionists everywhere. The House, the Congress, Senate, they're all Zionists. Okay, so he has to play this role. Let's please be wise and look at what Trump is really doing. RFK is going to end the poisoning, end the chemtrails. They are completely removing all the corruption from America, and it will happen in the whole world. Look at what they're doing, and don't fall over the fact that they have to play a strategic game. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good video. If anybody is interested, his channel is here. Drive Hard is the channel name. I'll link it.
It just goes back to what I've been saying this whole time. There's always more to the story. There's always something deeper going on than what we're seeing.
Okay, well, if that's true or if it's not true, I'm still disappointed with seeing the pro-Israel support from RFK Jr. and even Trump himself. I still feel like it's not good.
We'll just have to see how it plays. Like Lisa Sands said, Q actually said that we're saving Israel for last.
Right. Go ahead, Jesse.
Look at what Jimmy's saying. It's true. Look, this happened on the Joe Rogan podcast. When I was growing up in the 70s, Saturday Night Live was everything. When we were little kids, Saturday Night Live they were mocking Richard Nixon to death. You would, if somebody could go, hey, in 2025, we're going to see one of the greatest comedians of the 70s slambasting the Washington Post. You would say, no way. Everybody thought Richard Nixon was the devil. And now the truth is coming out, but it's taken 50 years. It's taken 50 freaking years for this news to come out. And people are starting to see it. Sometimes you got to wait and you got to dig deep. And I think Jimmy talked about it one time about the wokeness of people waking up real fast at a creep. It used to take 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, 20 years. Now people are waking up. Like Jimmy said, he talked to somebody in 2019 and he saw him a couple years later. He said, I've been red pilled. It's happening at a greater, but sometimes it's taking people decades to understand that. So when you're seeing stuff about RFK or Israel or something, there's more than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Okay, I will give you that.
Remember what Washington warned us? He warned us at the foundation of our country against entangling alliances. We've woven a web of alliances. Right. We're in bed with France. We're in bed with Russia. We're in bed with every nation.
Everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Ruby. So I don't know about this thing because I'm not an expert. I don't know nothing about Israel. And I like to I'm a happier person the less I know about them.
I get that.
If I see anybody talking about Israel or anywhere, I just walk the other way. But here's the thing. The thing, the guy said, the one thing I do agree with is that Donald Trump knows what he's doing. Let me give you an example. A couple of days ago, Pam Bondi, they were saying that she messed up. Her brother Jesse's like, man, is she up for the job? We're talking, and so a lot of people were criticizing her. But along comes a retired general who says, no, this is like a chess game. So now Donald Trump can go and tell all of the people in the FBI you need to sign this document, to to stay working, that you have given 100% of all of the documents over, and if you do know of something, you're going to hand it over. So what I'm saying is that a lot of times the things that you see Donald Trump's staff doing, I believe what this guy is saying, it looks weak, but maybe it's strategic. Maybe Donald Trump is doing it strategically to pull another card. And remember, he was a casino owner. The guy knows how to play poker.
Jesse,
so I really think a lot of things that he's setting. I think he's setting people up.
Yeah, Gigi, because you go to the Sun Tzu Art of War. One of the things in there is to appear weak when you are strong and strong when you are weak. So you just said that Trump, kind of appears weak. Well, that falls in line with the Sun Tzu Art of War.
With the Pam Bondi looked very weak, and she looked very like the job was over her head. But that's not what military generals are saying. That no.
Yeah, I saw something this week.
But that's the whole point.
I question Pam at the moment. Let's just put it that way. I hope she comes through.
What's her position again?
Attorney General.
Attorney General. Okay, and Kash Patel is the FBI, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, y'all did hear about the truckloads of information being sent to the FBI, right?
About what?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what happened was after the whole thing with the Jeffrey Epstein rollout of phase 1, Pam Bondi, she was duped by the New York field office of the FBI over in SDNY, the Southern District of New York. That's where all these files, audio tapes, videos, that's where it's all at. So when she said she had the files on her desk, she had only what that field office gave to her. So when she opened it up, she was like, this isn't everything. So she could not release what she did not have. And in good faith with the media, that's why they put the binders together, is so that she had said that she was going to release it to the public. So in good faith, she gave what she had. Well, when that happened, she sent a strong letter to the FBI field office in New York and said, I want this information on my in my desk by 8 a.m. Friday. Yeah, immediately. Well, I don't think they got it to her immediately, but it's being said that there's been a truckload of evidence and information delivered to the FBI. Kash has a team working on it right now.
Hopefully that's true, and I really do want to believe that. But I have a couple of red flags about this already, and it's understandable about the whole goodwill, good faith, tactic, whatever. I lost a little bit of faith. I'm going to be honest. I lost a little bit of faith in getting the files and the information, because it should have already been released to the public like yesterday.
Let me tell you why that's not a good way of thinking, like a general. Because think about it. You're a Pam Bondi. It's better to be duped, and it's better to look weak. Because let's just say you have 100 FBI agents, and you put out the order, and you only got 200 documents, and now you get to find out who's in on it. You see? So I'm looking at this screen right now, and I'm thinking, okay, Jimmy's in on it, and Ruby's in on it. Jesse's just clueless. So that's part of the weakness, and that's what the guy's saying, that Donald Trump knows what he's doing. Because if he goes in guns a-blazing, he might take out people that are collateral damage.
And think about it this way. Look at it. We come out of an organization. And we're now in a little XJW community. So we all have a common experience, and we hate each other. Like Mike Brooks, he hates me and Gilbert. We don't care about him. There's tons of people that hate Jimmy, that hate me, hate you. So we don't have a community. We hate each other. We have to understand that. Like Gilbert says, you have to understand you're in a war. These people don't like Pam Bondi. So at least you know where they stand. You think James Comey will do everything in his power to Did you see when Trump was walking in and they were walking out? Did you see what was in their back of their shirt? It's saying resist.
Yeah.
This is what resist me. There's FBI agents. They think they're so entitled. Remember, like an illegal alien comes to the United States and thinks he's entitled?
Yeah.
What do you think an FBI agent feels like?
Yep.
And
Pam Bondi gives him an order, and you know what he says to Pam Bondi? He says, "F you, Pam Bondi."
Yeah, and you see what happened yesterday. The head FBI guy in the SDNY was forced to resign. He's no longer there now.
Okay.
So that happened. Because he was telling his people to dig in and resist, like Jesse just said, to Pam Bondi's orders. So, and another thing, if you've got this card, let's call the Epstein files a card. If you got this card, when are you going to play it? And the longer you hold it, the more mistakes the deep state's going to make and expose themselves.
Yep.
So I do believe it's going to come out, but it's going to come out at the right time.
And what is the one thing the government workers love more, Ruby? Are you a government worker?
No. What is it?
They cherish, they worship. You said something about worship. They worship their pensions.
Yeah.
Their nightmare is not getting nuked. It's getting fired or losing their pensions. They'll betray their mothers for their pensions.
Sick world, right?
Well, Jesse, that's why the majority of them are offered like 24 hours, 48 hours to submit their resignation. And they do. So, again, that's the Trump card. I'm telling you.
I saw a comment about the redaction part. One of the things, I know the one files that just came out, there was a lot of redactions. Do you know what those redactions were? If you look at the list, it was numbered from 1 to 254. All those names were redacted. Do you know why?
It was the names of the masseuses, the underage women.
Correct. It was
possibly.
It's the victims. So that's I mean, you're getting into an area to where if you got this information on all, you need to make sure that you protect the survivors. So they have to be very meticulous when they go through this information to make sure they're not outing a survivor.
Right, I get that, but there was other redactions and other pages that we've seen, and actually you can find the unredacted literally on X. So that's why it feels like an L that we can't get that information straight through the government, but we can see it uncensored, unredacted on the internet.
What did you see? What did you see uncensored and unredacted? Was it that list?
Email addresses and the contact info from another page, separate from the one you're talking about. It was a few pages before that. I think I shared it on the Big Picture group chat that there's people on the internet that actually have the unredacted files, which is why people are so upset and disappointed that when they got the phase 1, it was the exact same files, which does prove that what we saw on the internet is true. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not fake.
Well, that's one thing, because a lot of people just think that the Jeffrey Epstein thing is fake and ridiculous.
Right.
But
so
now we
confirm.
So we do have that. We know it's real and exists. Whatever file you saw, you didn't see those names redacted, did you? Or you didn't see those unredacted, did you?
There was some names there that were and that weren't. And it was like handwritten notes. It was handwritten notes on phase 1. And then they redacted the email addresses and everything, but there's unredacted on X.
Send it to me, whatever you were referring to. I'm going to take a look at it.
And you know what, Jimmy? A lot of this stuff, the names and everything, this is nation changer stuff. This is historic.
Oh, yes.
Because let's say the person that you admire the most, a political leader, is in there. And then, so now he has to defend himself against allegations of abuse and so forth. This changes entire, just like when we became apostates, we lost our whole family structure. It changed, our whole religious world ended. This is a nation changer.
Oh yeah, totally.
So it's natural that it's like that movie Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. It's natural that you're going to have the deep staters fighting back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And like I said, the Epstein files is just part of it. You got the Diddy files. You got the other guys that owned islands and everything, Richard Branson. Wait till you get that information. There's so much that has to be released. So much.
Okay, Jimmy. So I just sent it to you. So later on, you can take a look at that.
Yeah, I'll
It's
take a look at it.
screenshots.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
So let me help you understand, Ruby, why when Donald Trump owned a casino, it really has set him up for success right now because, again, he understands casinos, he understands poker players, he understands the psyche, right, of war. So like a lot of people in the comment section, one of the girls was saying that, why isn't Donald Trump attacking the Federal Reserve? No. He has talked about it, but no. Because what is he doing first? He wants to go to Fort Knox. He wants to go to West Point. He wants to go to the Denver Mint. And so how can you attack the Federal Reserve when you have no idea what's inside your vault? So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of things that you and I see as Donald Trump is not acting fast enough, or he's not, or he's lying. No, he's setting himself up. He's setting himself up to go to war, but he has to also know what he has.
But here's another thing, Gilbert, another dynamic. What I've witnessed in my life and being an observer of politics all of my life, I've noticed that Donald Trump has the greatest challenges of any political person in my lifetime. For example, Richard Nixon had his Secretary of State, which was loyal to him. Bill Clinton had Janet Reno, which was fiercely loyal to him. Barack Obama had Eric Holder. George Bush had Gonzalez. Bill Clinton had, who was his Attorney General? Mayorkas, who was, oh no, that was Department of Health and Human Services. So these Democrats and these presidents had strong, John F. Kennedy had Bobby Kennedy. So they were henchmen. If you notice what happened today during the speech, Donald Trump can say, good luck to you, Marco Rubio. Good luck to you, Pam Bondi. Good. Why was he saying good luck?
Dude, I wrote that down.
Right.
I wrote it down. I said, he said, good luck to Pam, Cash, and Bobby.
And Marco Rubio, too.
Yeah, and the only thing I could think of is when he told Ghislaine Maxwell, good luck.
Okay, but let me tell you. By being
I was like, what?
Being a student of history, and I did do no research. This is just what I saw with my own eyes these last 6 decades. Since Bobby Kennedy was JFK's Attorney General, it makes sense. These men always had henchmen. Remember Janet Reno? The way she fought for Bill Clinton?
Yeah.
At Waco, Texas? She blew that place up. These people were henchmen. Donald Trump understands that Marco Rubio has to go fight. Bobby Kennedy's on his own because they're going to say, no, you're telling them what to do. They don't have independence. So Donald Trump is saying, you guys go do what is right. So he has the greatest challenges, but he doesn't have a Bobby Kennedy like John F. Kennedy. He doesn't have a Janet Reno. He's going to be so scrutinized by the Democrats. They're going to say that the office of the Attorney General was not acting in independence.
Oh, yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yep. Hold them responsible to do their job.
To do their job and do it diligently. So they can't accuse them. Hey, you're controlling the Department of Justice. No, I'm not. I haven't met with her. Here's all the paper. Here's all the emails of what we met. She's doing her job independently of the White House. So what I'm saying is he has the greatest challenges of any president. Not only does he have the challenges of dealing with all these files, but he has the challenge of the Democrats trying to impeach him for not having an independent Department of Justice, an independent Attorney General. When all of his predecessors had henchmen, do you think Barack Obama didn't go to the bathroom without Eric Holder holding him?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I like that. Brilliant move.
So those are the types of disappointments that I can tell you right off the back. I was just like, now something's not right. Something doesn't feel right. And when I get that feeling, I do understand like the video and what you guys are talking about, but I'm just so like America first that I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. I want all the information up front. I want the truth up front. I want people in jail by now. And I did see somebody in the comments say that we're playing the long game because like we've been so used to this one, Lisa. We've been conditioned for instant gratification. And this is not going to be instant. We're playing the long game to ensure everything sticks. And I get that. But if we play by the law, it should stick no matter what. You know what I'm saying? You committed a crime, you should go to jail.
Well, that's why we, you know, she's right when we're saying we're playing the long game here, because again, there's so much more information that has to come out about these people.
Right.
And it has to be done in a way to where people can digest it. Because I'm telling you, if they dropped all the information tomorrow, it would send this nation, the world, into a chaotic frenzy.
Yeah, and you've got to have patience because look, it is a long game. That is so right. Think about it. Nixon got impeached for breaking in for political sabotage of the Watergate Hotel. For stealing one document, they impeached the president. For one good phone call, they impeached Donald Trump. When Joe Biden let an entire nation be invaded and not even a censure.
Nothing. That's what I'm upset about. Yeah, exactly.
But but hold on a second, Ruby. The problem with wanting people to go to jail is a little bit premature, because I'll give you an example. Every day you're watching on the news that a federal judge says is blocking Trump, another federal judge, and another. So in a way, it's better that nobody goes to jail. This is the reason why, because they're all popping up their head. So Pam Bondi doesn't have to go investigate anybody. They're saying, look at me.
That's exactly right. These people are showing themselves. Now, there will be jail time. These people will face justice. It's going to happen.
It's premature.
Because you got to think about what you're uncovering here. You're talking about a system that hasn't been in place for at least 120 years.
And think about the pendulum. Think about the pendulum. Imagine now power in the hands of Nancy Pelosi. She will rape every Trump voter. In the hands of the left, they will abort us. So it's good to really think about it, because the pendulum will swing. And these Democrats want blood. These are people that abort their own children. Imagine what they will do to us.
Which is why we gotta be bigger and badder, in my opinion.
Here's another thing. You know, you look at Doge, and what are people learning? Oh my God, our tax dollars have been completely wasted on nonsense. Okay, wait till they find out who got the kickbacks. Let's just pick Congressman A. Oh, damn, Congressman A got $15 million kickback from that $20 million Sesame Show. Okay. So hold on. So now you find out that this Congressman A got kickback of $15 million. Then you find out later that he was on the Epstein list. Then it comes out that there's evidence showing his engagement with children. People will demand justice, and they won't be able, they will be caught. They won't be able to do anything, and the media cannot spin it.
Okay, so let's go with that, what he just said about Doge. So 300-year-old, 200-year-old, and 150-year-old people are receiving Social Security checks. Well, this is what you guys got to understand, that every single one of those Social Security checks goes to a DDA, demand deposit account, checking account. And every one of those checking accounts has an ATM card. Every single transaction, when it's taken out, there's a video recording every time you go to the ATM. They know who these people are.
Oh yeah,
right? They're finding it out. So again, going back to what Jimmy says, it would be premature to arrest these people. You just build the files on all of these people. It's not the right time. But to think that Donald Trump isn't going to put those people in jail for Social Security fraud, it's just premature right now.
But it goes all the way down the line, Gilbert. If the money goes to the Ukraine, you know, Rush Limbaugh talked about this 30 years ago. He talked about it, the Democrat white washing machine. It goes into the Democrat machine. They're using it all to launder money. So in every precinct, in every city, in every town, in every juke joint, there was money coming in from the USAID. Everybody's dirty. Everybody's in on the take.
But Jesse, now you understand why they hate Elon Musk so much, because what would take you months years ago, what would take you months to find all of these electronic deposits and where they go, artificial intelligence is now saying, oh yeah, all of this money, a certain percentage goes here, a certain percentage goes there. It does all the work. So this is why you saw today all of those signs attacking Elon Musk.
Yeah,
because Elon Musk and his friends and his nerds know how to tell AI based off this information on the Social Security Administration. What can you tell me about the money transfers? And it's going to tell you a lot of things.
And look who's the most scared. Have you seen Maxine Waters?
Yeah,
she's white. I saw a ghost.
Yeah,
they were all screaming. They were all screaming in that protest a few weeks ago, screaming
and
about
what did she
how.
say? What do they have on us? Only God and her knows what they got on her.
I know. It's
crazy. Goods.
If she got a check, with AI, they're gonna find it now.
Good. Yeah, that's a good thing.
I'm not even worried. I'm watching everything right now, and I'm just laughing. I'm like, damn. Got him there. Got him.
It's like when the elites fight, just enjoy the show. Like, why are people crying on TikTok or crying on X talking about like these people's problems? You should be against them. No? Like, how is the left defending the very thing that they claim to be bad? Like when they say eat the rich or tax the rich or, get rid of this, get rid of that. But then you're going to defend them? Like the tables are turning and they don't even see it. That they're defending the very people.
They were all into investigations during Trump's first term, but they don't want any investigations done on them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy. Like, you should be agreeing with what Elon is doing so that we can get all this corruption out. Like certain talking points that we both have in common with the left and the right about like term limits and corruption, deep state stuff. And it's like, why are you now crying about the whole Elon stuff? And it's because they're brainwashed. It's like to mimic exactly what these people were doing on TV. They do it in real life too. And that's the connection that I'm like, how can you do that? Like, I love what is happening right now.
And you notice some of the Republicans, they look mentally retarded, like the Dick Cheneys. They don't know what's happening. The Lynch Cheney, the Mike Pences, the George Bushes. George Bush thinks Donald Trump is weird. We all voted for him, and he's turned everything. They're not the same. Even the Republican Party has flipped.
Yeah.
Now you have like that black kid that we're on. Now you have black guys on the streets that are Republicans, and the rich white oil men, they're no longer Republicans. There's no room for them. I mean, even the tables have turned everywhere. Bobby Kennedy, big time Democrat from the Democrat nobility. He's a prominent member of the Republican establishment now.
Yeah, but Jesse, this is where you're going back with Donald Trump being a casino owner, because it's called a poker face. So Donald Trump can look at the Democrats like he did today, and he talks to them about 200-year-old people receiving Social Security, and they have signs saying "Save Medicaid." They had signs saying "Save Medicaid," and so you would think that they would be jumping on the Social Security, Medicaid abuse bandwagon, but they're not. So what you're looking at is Donald Trump, by doing this, is also showing the poker face, like he's playing Texas Hold'em, and these people are jittery. We know who's guilty now. Anybody that fights Donald Trump on these common sense issues is guilty in some form or just completely stupid.
Well, if y'all remember, he said back in 2019, we caught them all.
Yeah.
Because what happened was in 2016, they weren't expecting Trump to win. But when he did win, it didn't give the deep state enough time to go through and clear everything out.
Yeah, the clock was ticking.
He was able to see all this stuff that they've done, stuff that we don't even know about yet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that's why they freaked out, because it's like they weren't able to cover up the crime before Daddy got home.
And Elon Musk is able to connect the dots using AI.
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example. You have all of these Social Security payments being taken out as an example. He could ask AI, what is the common denominator that you see in these 100,000 transactions? And AI is going to say, you know what? Let me show you something about these 100,000 transactions. That's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, they all went to Act Blue.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is an amazing time in American history. I'll just say that. It's something new every day. It's pretty cool.
Well, I can give you guys all those last points, but the one thing that will always bother me was that anti-Semitic bill and just the outpouring public support of Israel. Even though I understood your argument, it's just something that I would refuse over and over again.
I get that.
Yeah, because all of these good things are happening, but then you'll start seeing Trump or somebody else will slip in something like the anti-Semitic bill, which he already signed. I disagree with, but it is what it is. It's the same thing with the DEI stuff. I don't like when any singular group is singled out just because of their, and then you could put a list, color, age, orientation, religious, ethnic background, whatever. It doesn't matter. So if we're going to have an anti-Semitic one, we should have a Christian one. We should have a X, Y, and Z, whatever, because you're singling out one group based on the religious aspect of it, not just the ethnicity of it.
Right.
So if you find the need to do that, then why don't you do it for any other religion?
Yeah. I see where you're going. I get where you're at. Only thing I can say to that is let's just see how it all plays. I know I say that a lot, but that's absolutely true. We have to see how it plays out.
But it has real world consequences, because if we criticize or we post something on the internet or we say something on the internet or even in real life, we will get the consequences of being anti-Semitic because of a bill like this. And I know it's for campuses, but just in general, once you start putting those types of laws or rules in place, you are censoring us. And you don't censor free speech, even if it is hate speech. We have the right to say and do whatever we please.
I agree with that.
Gravity is the burden that we as humans carry. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. We always try to fix something, and there's always going to be a negative. For example, look at the Patriot Act. Boy, that came up to bite us in the ass as Americans.
And then abolish it.
And Rand Paul, we thought he was stupid, and it turns out he was right. Yeah, but so every time we as men, we make things worse. Man, I sound like Watchtower, huh? But it's true. We make things worse, and that's the burden we carry. We try to fix something, but we hurt each other. For example, in college campuses, they're hurting the Jewish population. So we go out and try to help them, but we go a little bit too far. Now we can't even say a Jewish joke. And me and Gilbert, we love making fun of the Jews. We grew up making fun of Jews.
But that's what I'm saying. If you would just follow the Constitution, you wouldn't have a need for a anti-Semitic bill, just as you wouldn't need a DEI policy or program or anything if you would just follow the Constitution.
Because
we don't even need the civil rights if you would just follow the Constitution.
Because everything is
correct.
Everything is political. If you had love, we wouldn't need to. You would love
there you go. Exactly. If you just follow, same thing with religious things. If they would just follow the Bible, we would have 99% less problems with all these cults. They wouldn't even be able to exist.
And I think you got to remember, Ruby, there's people out there, this deep state globalist power have been trying for years to get rid of our Constitution.
Yeah.
So they're not going to follow it. That's why they've been doing. That's why they've been doing what they've been doing. And there was a part in Trump's speech, I wrote this down, where he said, "We are a proud, free, and sovereign nation." Him saying sovereign nation is huge, because I think that's a calm to point out that we are no longer going to be beholding to the corporation of America.
Mm-hmm.
The republic is back.
And you know what? When in the founding of our Constitution, we really didn't have the Constitution as we know it. We had the Constitution means our makeup, the way we're made up,
Mm-hmm.
how old you have to be to vote, what you could vote, the first.
Mm-hmm.
But when there was some white guys that were ornery, I don't know if they were Quakers or Southern Baptists or were from Georgia, or maybe they were your kinfolk, Jimmy, but they were badass. And they said, no, we won't sign. And if you look at the Declaration, I mean, if you look at the Constitution, whether it's Thomas Jefferson that writes it, and George Washington was presiding over the Continental Congress, the first signing of the Constitution, and went back to the states for ratification. When they came back, they did the preamble to the Bill of Rights.
Mm-hmm.
And it says in there that some members of this Congress
Mm-hmm.
were
Mm-hmm.
not going to sign unless
Yeah.
these 10 Commandments, these 10 amendments were put in. Freedom
Hell
of
yeah.
speech, and then they
Mm-hmm.
enumerate the first 10 amendments. So it was a
Mm-hmm.
miracle. So I always joke with Gilbert that we're the best. I don't care about the Russians. I don't care about the Jews. I only care
Mm-hmm.
about America.
Mm-hmm.
We're the only nation that matters. And Gilbert gets
Mm-hmm.
all mad at me because I say it jokingly. I know all nations matter. But when it comes to the Constitution, we have the Bill of Rights. That's what
Mm-hmm.
makes us better than the Chinese, than the French, than the British.
Of
That's
course.
true.
What we have.
That's true.
And
Mm-hmm.
like Jimmy said, since that founding, since that first day, it pissed off a lot of people because
Right.
it empowered the people and it took away power from the government. And
Mm-hmm.
it drove them up the wall. And they hate our Constitution for that.
Yep.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's exactly how I would describe Americanism. It's an idea, but it's also the embodiment of those ideas. Because without it, there is no American. You need both of it, and we need to be the walking embodiment of what America means. And
Correct.
that, for me, that's what America means: is taking those things seriously and getting rid of all the fat. We should be abolishing all of those laws. We should be shrinking government to like the bare necessities and giving the states all the power in the world. Literally, like we should be huge by now. But I feel like we keep hitting a speed bump because of the federal government or deep state, right? Deep state. We keep hitting that wall and it's like it's cracking, but it's not breaking. And that's the frustrating part, is because they allowed that wall to be there. But then the new gen is up and coming, but we're gonna get called racist or anti-Semitic or this or that because we want our country back. We've been taken over by those ideas.
Yeah. See, and the thing is, you got to remember, you woke up in the last 4 or 5 years, 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
You got to think about the folks like me. I woke up in 2020. There's folks that woke up in 2016.
Yeah.
There's folks that woke up during Rush Limbaugh's time.
Mm-hmm.
So this has been a battle that's been going on for quite some time. So, and we're just at the point to where we're seeing progress, we're seeing things being done, and we feel stronger as a country because we can see that the deep state is losing control.
But if that is the case, and I really do want to believe you on that, then you wouldn't be voting in pro-Zionist people in government. You wouldn't be supporting anti-Semitic bills. You wouldn't be supporting people who are pro-Israel. So if you are really awake, you need to think about who you're voting for in your local elections, because this should be already done with. It should be already done. If you woke up back then, good for you. But it seems like somebody ain't voting the right way, because we shouldn't be seeing an anti-Semitic bill in 2025. Like, come on, it's 2025.
But Ruby, let me read you something that's going to
Mm-hmm.
hit you because you're Orthodox, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember with the half-brother of Jesus, since we come from a Protestant background, the Jehovah's Witnesses, we believe that Jesus' half-brother was James.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's different than the Catholic or Orthodox, but
Mhm.
it says, James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. My brethren, count it all a joy when ye fell into diverse temptations, knowing this, and the trying of your faith worketh patience. But let patience have the perfect worth, that you may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given to him. But see, that's the point. That is the burden that an American carries. Since the beginning, we have assholes surrounding us. So you have to deal with the assholes.
Mm-hmm.
It's raining assholes. Did you watch Spaceballs? He goes, hey, who's here? I'm Major Asshole. And he goes, who are you? I'm so-and-so asshole. Oh, no, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. That's what America is. You got to be patient, because when you won all the perfect battles, there's going to be another liberal who, like Jimmy says, you just woke up. There's going to be a new sucker born every minute. So you can't lose your cool. You can't lose your cool.
Right. I agree with you. Thank you for sharing that, because I agree 100%. All I'm saying is that what I'm seeing does not reflect the awakened voter. So if you are really awake, then you should vote accordingly, and you should denounce things when you see it, like I am, because people want to call me a Trump lover, but I'm telling you guys right now, I'm letting you know what I disagree with 1,000%, and how Trump is wrong for signing something like that. And if he was truly America first, he would have not done that. I mean, he can play the show, he can play the game, like you guys are saying, on TV, but once he signs something like that, that for me is not America first.
But Ruby, you know what? Look at Paulina Luna.
Oh, she's another one. I don't like that one.
Okay,
I don't like her either.
Look how she's fighting Pam Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like you. You don't keep quiet about it. But in the Republican Party, you're allowed to fight. We're allowed to fight. In the Democrat Party, you got to goose step with what the party says. You have to. Oh. If you notice, in the Republican Party, we're like cats. It's hard to rustle cats. Like if we're cowboys and go, hey guys, go get the cows, and you go out there and the cowboys get the cows. Imagine if Paul goes, hey guys, go get the cats. The cats are gonna scatter. That's what we're like. Republicans, we're like cats. So it's gonna be hard to find 100% people agree with you all the time. But it's good that we have people like you, because you're brave and you say your point, and it should be said.
Right. That's what I'm trying to show here. That even though Trump can be great, and I could compromise with some points that you guys made, but this is something that I cannot compromise, because it goes against America First values. So if we really care about America First, like I say I do, then I would denounce it. And I did, because that is just wrong. It should have never been signed. It should have never been passed. None of it. You should be able to criticize any group in this country. You should be able, even if you are a real racist, you have the right to be that way in America. And that's why we are great. Nothing should be censored online or offline. And I don't care what group you're a part of, what religion you're a part of. You have the right to be disrespectful, to disagree with other people. And just because they are Jewish or non-Jewish does not matter. You should be able to be whatever you want to be in America, and that's why America's great.
Yep.
Yeah. Matt, you remind me of Davy Crockett's time. Davy Crockett, the great American patriot. He learned like that too. He was a very liberal senator. When he was in Congress, he tried to, and he got schooled by some of the old founding fathers of the country. You ought to go back and look at some of those old histories. But yeah, you're right. And he thought he was doing the right thing by helping people and expanding the welfare state. And he was put in his place by the founding fathers, his heroes, because he had a misconception of what our country is. But that's true. You know what? A lot of us guys are real old and we don't give a shit no more. It's like, we're just so old, we're old and you're real young. You're like, there's this famous communist that I like. I love him, but he's a commie. His name is Bruce Springsteen. Have you ever heard of him? He goes, with this wide open country in my eyes and these romantic dreams in my head. That's what you are, like the verse in that song. With a wide open country in your eyes and the romantic dreams in your head. But sometimes gravity falls upon you. The reality falls upon you. You're going to get roadblocks every single day. Every single day.
I think, I know where Ruby's coming from, because I remember, when I first came into this stuff in 2020 and I was hell-bent, fired up, saying whatever the hell was on my mind. When the whole, I don't want to say, the whole jabby jab thing came out, I totally disagree. I totally disagreed with everything. And we go into 2020 with the rallies, and I'm like, oh my God, would you quit talking about that? I don't want to hear about those no more. Okay. Because it's kind of like the anti-Sim. Oh my God, why are you signing this? Okay. It's kind of the same thing. So I was like, would you quit talking about it? Because I know what the truth is about this. Well, it wasn't until later that I did some more research and I found out why that was being done the way it was being done. And then I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me now. So I think, and we'll circle back to this, but I think some other stuff will come out in the future that might play the same way it did with me on that with you, possibly.
Jimmy, could it be also that some of the people that didn't listen to you are NPCs?
Do what?
They're NPCs, like walking zombies.
What did you say before you said that?
Some of the people that criticize you when you talk.
Oh
about
yeah, they were NPCs.
Okay.
And
Because
also
I'm barely learning about that. It was just real fascinating. I've never seen it. Now I saw The Walking, that movie when I was a kid. Me and Gilbert went to the movies to see it with Roddy Piper.
Yeah, they lived.
But I just thought it was a Hollywood movie. I never thought about it about real life through that prism.
Now, Ruby, you got to also think about this. I never engage with the Jews or talk about the Jews because it's a trap, like in Star Wars, when it goes, it's a trap. You're never going to win. I just completely stay away from it. I'm not saying that, and I'm glad everyone's talking about it and says their piece. It's just I've noticed that, like, if I enter into that debate, one, I'm not prepared. I don't know enough facts about it, and I get real dirty. And I just feel like it's a losing proposition for me. And, but maybe if one day they apologize to me and say, hey, Gilbert, we're sorry we killed your savior, Jesus Christ, maybe I'll go ahead and engage them. But I just I just stay away from it because it's a losing proposition. You're not going to make any friends, and it's just.
I don't care. I'm American. I'm going to say what I want. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to read whatever book I want. And that's why I am so pro America, because I am like, you as the president should not be signing something that would censor me as an American to have an opinion or to say something, even if I was on a campus. I don't care where I am. This is America.
Well, the good thing about this, Ruby, is when someone says that, oh, well, you just agree with Trump on everything. I can honestly say, no, I have not agreed with Trump on everything. And so you can say that. So that takes that argument away from them. So let me just throw something completely out there for you guys. Totally off topic, kind of, but it's kind of what Jess or Didi was saying about Israel. Have y'all heard the theory that the United States was actually Egypt and Israel?
Yeah, you said that last time. You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you said that last time.
And I don't know why it hit me, but I was thinking about the Ark, and they said that the Ark was made out of gopher wood, and that the only place on Earth where you can find gopher wood is like in Florida.
Okay.
I just had a thought. I just threw it out there.
No, yeah, you said that last time, and then somebody said something about the Grand Canyon, something about that.
We need to talk about that sometime.
Yes, we do. And then somebody said something about pyramids.
Jimmy, that is a major rabbit hole. You just.
Oh, it's one that I haven't even gone down that one.
I know, but you discovered it. A big one, a big opening.
Yeah, man, I was watching a video this week that was just blowing my damn mind on things. I was like, we are living, our reality is fake as shit.
Yep. Oh, I got a video for you.
Me and Gilbert talk about that all the time. And we remember there was this sister in our congregation. This is no lie, Jimmy. I don't know if you heard it or Ruby in your congregation, but we had people actually tell us, I'm so glad we don't have to think no more. The Watchtower does all our thinking.
No way.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Oh, yeah. There's people that said that. What video you got? Man, what time is it? Oh, I got 26 battery. I didn't run my cords tonight because I didn't think we'd be on this long. Oh shit, that's
this is Jimmy.
This is Pepe.
I feel you in these
What is
Just faking gay. That's Jimmy with the cigarette.
I'm telling you that this video I watched the other night was talking about free energy. It was talking about the Tartarian Empire. It was talking about 1,000 years being erased from history that were actually not in 2025.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna send you that video. It's about 34 minutes long, Ruby. I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh, yeah, send that to me.
It talks about the mud floods. And they show some. Oh, there was one time traveler thing. They had a picture from World War II. And in the picture, you see all the World War II guys, and then you see another guy sitting there with them who is wearing a t-shirt and shorts and looks like he should be surfing in California. Then there was another picture from World War II that showed him doing the dab. That didn't come out until 2014.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really have a patent on arm movement?
You know what? I
don't know. But hold on. Then there was another picture of some soldiers together. No. It was just people dressed up, how they dressed up in the 20s and 30s, real nice, the hats and everything. Well, there was a guy in the crowd that had sunglasses on. Sunglasses didn't come out to like 1960 or 1970 something.
Oh, what?
You know what? I love those videos, but
it's crazy.
I try to dissect it, and I go whenever I see a video like that or an argument like that. I try to go to 1776, 1789, the signing of the Constitution, the 14th state, or the election. So my history books, you could go by decades of the United States, and I'm trying to. If there was a mud flood, and we run into the 1860s when Judge Rutherford came out, Judge Russell, you can dissect all the timeline.
That's if it's all correct.
Yes, I understand. But everything we've been taught, we could dissect it into decades.
If it was real.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta share that. I gotta see
that.
that.
Because they were talking about the Mandela effect. Okay, so we remember in the 80s, we were talking about this. The Monopoly guy, he had a monocle.
Yeah.
They're saying he didn't have one now.
A what?
A monocle. The Monopoly guy. He had a monocle. We all remember him having that. We all remember the Queen song, how it ends. It says, "We're the champions of the world."
We are the champions of the world. Yeah.
Of the world. Yeah. They don't say that now. It's like something, but it's not that. So it just shows that over time they can manipulate history. So once we're dead and gone, everybody will just believe that the Monopoly guy never had a monocle.
Yeah, you're right.
So how do we know that the history that we've been taught was actually the real history?
You're right. You know what? I tell Gilbert that all the time because we listen to rock and roll since we were babies. And the Stray Cats, they had a song, Sexy and 17. You remember that song? Sexy and 17. Where there's a part after the guitar solo where they goes, "You can't learn nothing in school. They don't teach you on the streets." So that was in the 1984, 1983 when we were kids. But if you go listen to them doing it in concert, they bleep those words out.
Yeah.
So even in rock and roll, they censor words out.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll send you that video when we get done here tonight. I'll go ahead and send it to you real quick so I don't forget.
And I've always wondered about that because I've been a student of rock and roll all my life, and I noticed that they censor lyrics.
Oh, there's another video. Oh, no, I'll have to save that for next week, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pick up next week because I don't understand the Mandela effect. I guess I don't understand it because my thing is, what if it was the way we remember it? They just reprinted it, rebranded, or changed it, and they sold it again. And that generation who remembers the monocle or Monopoly, whatever, they died off and they just don't remember it anymore. And the new generation just remembers the new print, the rebrand of it.
That's it needs a whole show.
Right?
That's a deep stuff.
But that's not the Mandela effect, right? Because that's
part of the Mandela effect.
Okay, part of it, because what people are saying is that everything changed and it was never the way you thought it was, as if it's is erasing your memory or something, or you get new memories or something like that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mind fuck is what it is. That's exactly what it is, because we know that
Right.
we know he did, but they're trying to tell us no, he didn't have
They're
it.
gaslighting us, but in reality, we know what it was.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we die off, and they still stick with their lie. Future generations are never going to. Oh, and then when somebody in 2075 says, "Hey, the Monopoly guy had a monocle," they'll call him a conspiracy theorist.
Right, and then it goes round and round and round all over again.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't believe in the Mandela effect. I know what I know is you people are gaslighting me into believing that it was something different.
Yeah,
That's my theory.
And it goes back to that old, when we were watching, we have Flat Earth Dave on here, and he was talking to that 100-year-old woman.
Yes.
Who said in school she was taught the flat Earth.
Right.
And they're trying to tell her, no, we didn't teach you that.
Right. Okay, so Jesse's phone died, and I know Jesse's phone is dying, so we'll wrap it up. Any final thoughts, Jimmy?
Just sit back and enjoy the ride. Don't take things so seriously. I mean, yes, we are in a serious time. Yes, I get that. But everything you're seeing right now is designed to wake up more people. That's what, and for those that are awake, this movie is not for us anymore.
Yeah.
So So with experience going through all this stuff, then we're able to help others make sense of what's going on. They may not get it when we tell them, but eventually, the way things have worked out, the information does come out. So it's just, there's a lot more getting ready to happen. It's going to get crazier. Y'all thought it was crazy already. It's going to get worse. So buckle up and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I want Trump to talk to every other world leader the way he talked to Zelensky. And that's when I will start believing that this is the real deal. Because exactly what Zelensky got, and we saw it, that's the Trump I want. And that's the Trump who I voted for.
Did you watch the capitulation tour for 2017? I thought you watched it, right?
So.
Where Trump went around in 2017 to all those world leaders?
Yeah, I think I did.
Because he's already done that. He's already gone to these world leaders and done exactly what you wanted him to do.
But I want to see it live. I want to go on TV and watch it the same way we saw with Zelensky. I want it again and again and again.
Yeah, that'd be good for that would be good TV. It definitely would be.
Yeah. Oh yes, Firecracker. She's the one who suggested it. I think I did, but that was part 1. We have to do a watch party for part 2 because I think there's a part 2. It's called The Greatest Show on Earth. I think. I think it's on
something like that. Yeah, or the A to Z to the. I'll find it too, and I'll send you one that I remember. Charlie Freak did it. But there's so much every day. There's so much.
Yep, exactly. Wow. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you to Gigi, Jesse, Tony, Michelle. A lot of people are joining us now. Like, it's not just me and Jimmy anymore, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So,
yep. And I love King Tony and all of her points, but it's like her spirit belongs like in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like, we were nice back then, things were good back then, and you could be nice, but I feel like now it's like, no, we can't be nice anymore. We need to put our foot down and hold it on their neck until we are freed from the deep state oppression.
Yeah. But the good thing is at least we've created a platform to where people feel like they can share their voice, and we treat each other respectfully. You know, sometimes it can get a little crazy, but it's still with respect and love, and that's how we unite. That's how we unite.
Oh yeah, and I am going to be promoting more Americanism. I don't want to do left wing, right wing no more. No more party system. I want to go back to how I was in the beginning when I started this series, that I was more like third party. But now I just want no party. I want Americanism. I just want America to be first. So I'm going to do more promotions of not really caring who's who, who's what. No more labels. No more left and right. We just need America.
Well, that's what
Constitution.
That's what I've been telling people for a long time now. This isn't about party.
Right.
And sometimes we get dragged into the conversation of right versus left because maybe some folks haven't come to the realization that this isn't about party.
Right.
You know,
but I do understand the division. Like that is very real and true, because we cannot be, we cannot condone or approve of the evil. We can't. So there will be a division, but you need to know where you stand in that division. You cannot be lukewarm and giving favor or, feeling bad for one group but not the other. We can't do that anymore. So it has to be either all in or all out.
This is why I said, we shouldn't even have Republican and Democrat. There shouldn't be any parties.
Right.
We should be having people in our government that represent us that are just for America. None of this,
very simple.
None of this crap, because we know that, like religion divides, political parties divide. That it's all by design. We got to get rid of that.
Right. So I want to stay true to that oneness, that one body, that one system, and that's just the Constitution. And that's why I'm constitutionalist. I just want the Constitution. I don't need no civil rights. I don't need no DEI. I don't need anything other than the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. That should matter.
I said that if I was ever in a political arena or threw my hat in a political ring, if it doesn't go by the Constitution, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, and that's what constitutionalists are. It is purely the Constitution. It's like going back to square one and putting ourselves back in the shoes of the founding fathers and the dream that they had for this country. And even they disagreed with no party system. There's lots of quotes out there that say there should be no party system, and how detrimental it would be if the America would part into two and it was always that fight.
Yep.
Always. And we have it. Unfortunately, we already see it. So I'm gonna go back to that. And I know Tony and Michelle are really on the same page as me. So I'm glad to have them, like my wingmen. We're all gonna go back to that. What does it mean to be American? How to love our country and put our country first.
Yeah.
Always.
Totally agree with that. All right, girl.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Mr. M finally joined the chat. So sorry, Mr. M. He's going to have to catch up on.
Yeah, it's late. We got to go to bed.
Yep. All right, everybody. Good night. And I will see you next Tuesday right here, 9 p.m. Eastern time, because I do want to get more spicy into some of my ideology. And it's not for everybody. I'm giving you a warning. Every Tuesday night, I try to give you guys warnings and clarity and transparency into all of my stances, so that I can open up your mind maybe into something that I've already gone down this road and I agree with. So next Tuesday, I'm going to bring up some other spicy, controversial topics.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, we did touch on the Jewish angle, but I am going to move into other angles of supremacy, because it's not just the Jewish supremacy. There's white, there's black, there's literally every other supremacy you can think of. So I'm going to dive into those, and you might be surprised. I don't know. I'll see you here next Tuesday.
All right, night, girl.
Okay, good night. Bye.
I'm a gun throwing patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun throwing patriot, God being patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.